Good morning, everybody. Just while you're getting your seats, I'd like to welcome everyone to day 2 of Beyond Oil, Changing Climate Futures, and also a warm welcome to those who are not part of the conference but are here for the open breakfast meeting we're having today. I also would like to mention, I forgot to sort of say yesterday that we have this conference artist with us, Håvard Legreit, and if you notice on the little screen over here, he will be noting and drawing and while the session goes on, so you can also follow that if you find it hard to follow the conversation or it's just something nice to look at. Later today, Håvard will also join the closing panel and sort of give us his visual takeaways from the conference. So please stick around and his images will be shown on the screen. So it'll be really nice to see the summary from the conference. But here we are. Today we have a session we've called Beyond Oil, the Norwegian Paradox. And I'm very happy to have Julie Forshammer here today from Klimakultur. She will be moderating the session today, and Klimakultur, they work on exposing the fossil fuel influence in Norway, and she will introduce the panel. So take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you. I'm so happy. When I saw you last night, I was like, yeah, no. But you are here. Glad to see that. So, Klimakultur, I also like to call us Naomi Oreskes for dummies. So, I'd like to start by introducing this panel, and I'll start with you, Devin. Devin Remme, you have a very Norwegian name, but you're not?
My father is Norwegian.
But you are originally from?
I grew up in the United States.
Yes. You are a PhD candidate here at the CZ, as you call it, Center for Climate and Energy Transition. And you have written about EV vehicles and a lot of other exciting stuff we are going to get back to. I would also like to mention that Devin also founded an art science activism project in Norway called Bus Riders Union. So, congrats to that. Earlier this year, someone sent me a mail and said, Julie, there's an exciting book coming out by a Swedish journalist called Lisa Röstlund. The book is called The Norwegian Paradox. And I Googled, and since then I've been stalking you, I've been a fan, I read this book, and I'm so excited to sit next to you, Lisa Röstlund, one of the leading investigative journalists in Scandinavia. Do you feel like a leading investigator? How does it feel to be a leading investigative journalist?
I don't feel like that, but I enjoy hearing it.
Your last book was called Skogslandet, was about the forest industry in Sweden, which is as messed up and corrupt and powerful as the Norwegian oil industry. So was it a natural transition to go from the Swedish forest into the Norwegian oil heaven?
Yeah, in fact, it started with when I'd written this book called The Forest Country about Sweden and the forest industry in Sweden. There was a huge interest coming from Norway and Norwegian journalists. So there were a team from NRK, the national broadcasting company here, that came and followed me and wanted to know everything about clear cuts and how the environment is devastated in Sweden. And I asked them about the oil and the oil industry and what investigations they are doing into that. And they weren't doing anything right then, even if they were in a climate desk. And I was interested in that. And that became like an obsession to me. And I traveled at the same time. I traveled with my family to to Norway, to Lofoten, by car, crossing the border from Sweden, you know, everything is, the mountains are higher, the water is clearer, the nature is more stunning, and even the people are more upright and proud, and they're, I don't know, they're more beautiful. And I was like obsessed, I was starting to obsess with the whole thing and the elephant in the room. That so much is built from oil. And it seems like no one, well, people I met, they wanted to discuss it, but they didn't see a problem, usually. So that's why I started.
That's the Norwegian paradox in a nutshell, how we can be sustainability leaders worldwide and be the #1 investor in new oil and gas offshore in the world at the same time. We're only 5.5 million people. 2 weeks ago, Devin, I was in Denmark at a conference, and a happy Danish person, I'm Danish myself, so I'm not that happy, but that's okay. But he was talking about positive tipping points, and he was showing a picture with Magne from AHA, and an environmental leader, and about the Norwegian electric vehicle revolution. Branding Norway as a sustainability leader on electric vehicles as well. Are you very positively excited about the Norwegian EV revolution, or do you have thoughts?
Very positively excited. What gets me positively? I get excited about very different things than electric cars. No, I think it's another paradox to, if the choice here is we're an oil nation or we're a democratic, sustainable leader, I think that's also a false dichotomy, that there's a paradox in being a sustainable democratic leader inside a militarized island of prosperity, where our future, our vision of this sustainable future still depends on a massively disproportionate claim on the Earth's resources.
Was that a yes? No? Earlier this week, Lisa, we were lucky enough to have you attend, we did an event in Oslo called the Petroganda Festival, an honest evening about oil. And normally, when I do these talks in Norway, I start with a trigger warning for the Norwegians. And I think we don't need to do it in this room, but I'll do it just to show you what it's like in Norway. And I said, I have a trigger warning for you. Today we're going to talk about oil and climate and Norway, and we're going to connect these three things. And I know for you guys it's not a problem, but you have been in Norway many times the last years. You have experienced yourself the difficulty of connecting those dots. One of those stories in your book, which you can sign afterwards, you can buy out there, is from the oil conference in Stavanger, ONS. Where I would like to talk. I would like you to tell us about the typical Norwegian thing of knowing each other, what a small country it is, and how tense this subject is.
Yeah, I went, as you said, to this biennial conference in Stavanger, the oil capital of Norway, and it's called ONS, and it's a huge thing. How many here have been to the conference?
How many here has protested at the ONS? I knew it.
So some of you have been. It's huge, 10 big mass halls filled with all of the big oil companies, Equinor and everyone else, Shell, etc., and all of the service companies providing things for the oil. And for me, it was astonishing to see how there were jonglers jongling, and ice cream given out to children, and popcorn, and treats, and champagne for free, and beer taps that you could only like go to, and everyone everywhere was signs of sustainability and green were everywhere. And one of the seminars I went to was with the climate minister, and on stage talking about oil in the energy mix in 2050. And next to me was a young blonde man sitting next to me. And at the end of the seminar, he rose and he said, "Well, I'm from Extinction Rebellion, and I'm protesting against this conference, and you are lying, the government here in Norway. You're saying these things about the green transition, and you are my cousin," he said, pointing at the climate minister. And people in the room were laughing like you are. And the climate minister from the stage, he looked at everyone and said, "Yeah, you can imagine our family dinners." So it was fun. But I started to follow this young man. I was so amazed.
Vebjørn Bjelland Berg.
Vebjørn Bjelland Berg, yes. His name is, and their story is really amazing. They grew up in the same oil family in Stavanger, and were really close as children, and they survived the Utøya massacre together. And then now they were ended up on different sides of the oil war, so to say. And I noticed that no Norwegian journalists were following him and doing the story as it should be done. I think it's a filmic, amazing story, and he laid down in front of Stortinget, the parliament, and had a hunger strike for 40 days before the elections here in September. And from the beginning, it was only me who wrote about it, and some other, German Süddeutsche Zeitung and Le Monde, I think, but no German papers.
Norwegian.
Norwegian, but except for in the end. But I discussed this with a boss at NRK, why they didn't do it. No, it was sensitive and morally sensitive, that person said. So, yeah.
It's a very telling story. Devin, when we talk about the Norwegian paradox, I myself was living in a very comfortable world in Norway, working with sustainability and culture for many, many years, teaching museums how to do their waste management and talking about flying less and single-use plastics, and I was encouraged, I got money, it was positive, until one day I was like, oh, we have oil, why don't we talk about it? Which led me into this world that you are part of, many of you are researching. And it was not an easy journey to go from this quite comfortable world and then into this country is different than I thought it was. And you coming from the outside as a researcher, which world did you fall into in Norway? Have you seen these contradictions and in your life with Norwegians, not just in the science sector, but...
I think coming from the United States, I don't experience Norway as spectacularly delusional.
That's a fair point.
And I think that there is a rational reason to adopt a strategy of denial. That it makes sense that they do this, but it also means that it explains the efforts to spread the facts, raise awareness, speak truth to power. Doesn't work, because none of those things are as powerful and as useful to people as this strategy of denial. So I think it's perfectly rational that they're doing it.
So, but do you see in your surroundings, in your research and in your day-to-day life, how people transit from one area and over to the other?
Which areas?
How they can go from the denial and into the truth?
Ooh, the truth. Let me know when you figure out what it is.
Yes.
But I think I see what you mean. I don't have expertise on that, but I think it's an excellent question. What are the examples of people like yourself, sort of waking up, or however you want to describe it, and no longer being able to pretend in your daily life, in your daily interactions, that it no longer becomes possible to pretend about the present and about the future, and the amount of disruption that causes in your life. I think that somebody should definitely be researching that.
Is anyone researching that? Please contact me afterwards. Yes. Lisa?
Yeah, I think it hurts when you do that transition, if you like. I experienced it myself with Sweden in a way. When I did the deep investigation into the Swedish forestry, I truly believed before that I believed the self-image that many in Sweden have, that Sweden is on an international level, at least, fighting for environment and climate. But when I looked deeper into it, I saw that it's the opposite, in fact. Sweden is trying to stop every law coming up at the EU level that might do any harm to the forestry, and so every law to protect biodiversity and to protect the Amazon from being wiped out. And if you do the same with the oil here, you can see the same. It's the image cracks. And it hurts to see that, but I think we need to acknowledge that. Everyone does. But it comes, of course, with risks. As soon as you step out from the group and say something, that the emperor is naked or whatever, it puts you in an awkward position. It's difficult.
Devin?
I just realized a major blind spot in my answer. The university is a place where this happens, where it can happen and does every day. especially when we are, when we get good at learning to think ourselves and training others or facilitating others to learn to that we can collectively think and move in complexity. So we're not telling them what to think or open their eyes to this reality or the truth, but at the very least to exercise these muscles for thinking and thinking in complexity, and ideally caring about flourishing.
I think at some point someone should have a discussion about the oil funding of Norwegian universities as well. This university as well is hundreds of millions going into topics.
How many of you are Norwegian scientists here? So half, almost. How many of you have been financed by oil money in your, yeah? Do you think, I need to ask, do you think that affects you in any way? It's difficult. Yeah, I find it interesting. The one, I mean, one of the many layers of paradoxes, as I see it, from the outside, of course, is, the beautiful distribution of profits from the oil here in Norway that makes every Norwegian profit from the oil, and the science and the culture and the healthcare and everything. It's beautiful compared to every other oil country that only enriches oligarchs. But that at the same time, that makes all of the country corrupt in some way. I think that is why people don't speak up against the oil industry here more than they do. That's my thesis.
Also, what we experience every day is teaching a cultural institution how to do the waste management. You get encouraged, you get celebrated, people like that. And I know when we started looking into this, we lost all our Norwegian funding. We're getting funding from a Danish foundation called KR Foundation, which is supporting this kind of work all over the world. One small foundation is doing so much in this area. Norwegian foundations are not supporting exactly this kind of work, I'm sorry to say. And I just want to give you one example. On Tuesday, we were at Kulturhuset. There was a debate with Naomi and others about the movie we went to see at BIF about consumption. And only 6 months ago, I was in the same room at Varmere, Våtere, Villere, the climate festival in Bergen. And there, the climate minister was interviewed by Kjetil B. Alstadheim, who's the political editor at Aftenposten, the biggest, most serious newspaper in Norway. And that segment took 45 minutes, and the leading Norwegian, most credible journalist, in a conversation about Norway and climate politics, didn't ask one question about oil. The word oil wasn't mentioned. And I sat and I almost imploded or exploded. And afterwards I just saw people going and taking selfies with the climate minister and with the journalist, and it's a normal thing. And also in this room, I was there with Ketan Joshi, that some of you may know who is an energy analyst, greenwashing expert. And I could just see him during these 45 minutes, his body transformed into something, I don't know. Sorry, Ketan, but that's a normal thing in Norway, that this happens. And as a journalist, Lisa, if you got 45 minutes with the Norwegian climate minister, would you ask him anything about oil?
Probably. I hope so. No, but I found it interesting participating in the Petroganda festival that you arranged, because almost everyone going on stage talking about the oil in a critical way were not born in Norway. You're not born in Norway, and Ketan Yoshi isn't, and so on. There are a few, and the activists weren't born in Norway.
Some of them are.
Some of them,
they
yes.
are.
But it's interesting to see. But I find things like, I've read reports, of course, about the Rystad report. You know the Rystad report from Norway.
Rystad is like one of the world's leading analysts, fossil fuel analysts.
Energy consultancy firms that were employed by the government to do this report, which says that every barrel of Norwegian oil is diminishing, or is
lowering
the emissions by 26 kilos of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Every barrel. Imagine. So you don't need carbon capture and storage. You can only produce more Norwegian oil. That's amazing, and that's not a very. There has been some articles about it in Norway, but not very much.
We are blessed with the green oil.
Yeah, and
I was kidding. Yes.
so there's also elements of this in the way we have been educating about sustainability, and I know about it in Norway, and it would be interesting, based on your hypothesis, to see if it's different in other countries. For example, when I took environmental economics, miljöekonomi, in 2017, then it was entirely an argument based on Lomborg that like 4 degrees would be fine. And it would be, economically disastrous to do the things that have been proposed. So it's just hysterical, and they've done the calculations. 4 degrees is okay for people, and I think that part of this is playing up in young people's minds, also in the media, that economic collapse is the biggest threat, not the environment. And I do think that when most people, when they imagine economic collapse, if you're in Norway, for example, it is that you would have to live in the same conditions as the people who grow your coffee. So it's baked into this fear of what might happen if we were to even talk about oil.
The Petroganda game is strong in Norway, and maybe some of you have contributed. Just a few weeks ago, there came a new book called Climate Obstruction, a Global Assessment. Did anyone hear? Oh, Sid, great, let's talk about it. A new book from the Brown University's Global Climate Social Science Network, with more than 100 scholars writing about who is obstructing climate action and the ways they do it, multiple industries, but also the fossil fuel industry. And it's a very easy read, and it's an open access, so you can download it for free. I'm not an academic, but I guess open access is like what Pirate Bay was for music. You can just take it and... but in this book, there's a term that I really loved, and I can't pronounce it, so this is going to be horrible, but they use the term corporate ventriloquism. corporate buktaling, as how the fossil fuel industry is branding communities with sponsorships, how they're branding people to support them and to make it very hard to oppose them. And I just want to show you a thing, and also all you here. Some of you may have seen it before, but in Bergen you have a science center called Vil Vite. They facilitate, as many science centers do, often with the schools, a competition called First Lego League, where tens of thousands of Norwegian children, also in Sweden, are dressed up in T-shirts. This is for a 6-year-old, playing with Legos, doing robotics, and there's Equinor logos all over. There's music, there's pyro, and all. When they write about corporate ventriloquism and branding people, how does this affect the nation that our children is being branded from such a young age?
Yeah, I think
and it matches your shirt and your book.
yes.
Equinor is always on point.
I think it really affects people. Besides from sharing the profits, people are also facing these kind of campaigns everywhere, in sports, in culture, in science, and in healthcare. And of course it does something. I've been interviewing hundreds of people for this book, scientists, people in the street, and journalists, etc. I've been to places like Hemsedal and Nesby and villages who have been flooded.
With extreme weather,
2 years ago.
Extreme weather incidents.
People lost their homes, and a man lost an entire camping site. And people I've never met so many climate deniers. That they don't believe in climate science.
Yesterday, there was one man in a panel here who said that he only met one Norwegian climate denier. And I can hear you make a noise from your body.
Yes, but maybe you don't usually discuss that thing. But when I did, I went around. I had never met so many people not believing, and even scholars, even academics, professors of geology in Norway, not believing in climate science. Well, the temperature has gone up and it has gone down. It's always been like that. Okay. And why should, and almost, well, a majority of people that I talk to in the street, especially in Stavanger, the oil capital, people repeat what the government is saying and what the industry is saying. Norwegian oil is greener because it's produced through renewable electricity, pumping up the oil. Why should we change when China and India and so on don't change? And the states, of course, and also after the war in Ukraine, we're saving Europe from Putin by our gas and oil. So you should be thanking us. And so
people got the talking points.
Yes, everyone says these 3 points almost.
I call it,
learned.
Yeah, we call it for Equi-Norwegian as language. Yes, everyone speaks it fluently.
That's a good one, Equi-Norwegian. Although I still say Statoil, and I always will.
Well, it's the correct name because they're not really equitable.
And this denial that's now been researched, also in Norway, is gendered. And I think part of that connects to what you said at the end about you should be thanking us. I think there's also like a protagonist complex here. In the oil
like a dad
advocacy.
complex, like we are providing, yeah?
Yeah, we're the ones who have created progress in the world. So they don't want to hear about historical issues that are ongoing. They don't want to talk about colonialism. They want to talk about the green agricultural revolution that they, the people they associate with, and the oil adventure. And now with the new renewable energy technologies, that like any criticism of these things is whiners who don't understand how progressive we are. And it is gendered, which is interesting.
I heard a term yesterday was...
I need to say, I've talked to many women who says exactly the same.
There are women, but the research shows that it is way more men. And young men. And this term, corporate ventriloquism, how about stochastic terrorism?
Oh, I wouldn't understand what that is.
It is a term that has been used more and more. People are, sort of activist lawyers are trying to use it as well. And in Norway, there was a recent case, and I've forgotten his name, but the Norwegians will all know. The example was, if you are publicly making statements, you have a big following and you are making statements all the time that are incitements to hate and incitements to violence, that when somebody then does an act of violence, a lone wolf terrorist, that the person who was inciting these things and rallying these people around them is stochastically creating the conditions for terrorism, and that they should be liable for that, it's reasonable to expect that what you're doing would lead to this. And then there is no such thing as a lone wolf terrorist.
So the ICJ ruling this summer also stated that the countries that are subsidizing fossil fuel expansions and all can be, made responsible for that.
Using fear to promote fear of violence or collapse to promote your political aims.
So we'll have time for 2 quick questions. And Darren, we won't have time for your nuclear power question. So do you have the microphone? Do we have? No, I was just kidding. Yeah, Sid, you have a question? And no, that wasn't Sid. Yeah. Two questions. We'll take them in a row.
Coming.
Hello, my name's Anand Bhopal. I'm a researcher here at the University of Bergen. I'm from the UK as well, which perhaps explains my interest in this subject. I have a question, kind of related, having lived here for 7 years now. Naomi talked about, in the plenary, about the myth of the free market. And I wondered if you could say in your own words or your own feeling in this, what is the myth about oil which exists in this country?
Oh. And we'll take the last question as well, and then you will answer.
Hello, my name is Mike, and I like to say I'm the devil because I work in motorsport at the moment. And both in Formula 1 and Formula E, we are being sold the story that you need to make green transition with this dark money from mainly the Gulf states. And I don't necessarily believe it, but we are doing research here in Norway how to take Norwegian motorsport beyond oil, and what the research has shown in multiple fieldworks, literature, interviews, that is almost impossible to detach from the economic context. And I wanted to ask a question, what are your ideas how we can change the rules of the game? Because listening to everything during these 2 days has been very fruitful, but also I feel a little bit gloom and doom in a way. Thank you.
So shall we start with the big myth of oil?
I was drawn into the last question. The myths of oil in Norway. I think Norway, for me, is a really interesting study subject to study Western countries' hypocrisies. But I don't see it very much like differing from Sweden's hypocrisy. It's more clear here. But of course, I think, I'm sure we would have done the same if we would have had the assets, the oil and gas assets that you have. And there are billions of Swedish crowns invested into the Norwegian oil industry. I've written about that. So we're culpable also. And the myths, those are the myths of the whole Western world, I would say, that we don't need to change. If we listen to the IPCC, every sector in every country needs a rapid change in a pace never seen before. So we need a global revolution, and everyone, if you ask any sector in any country, do you need to change? And they say, no, we're doing it the right way. We're not changing. Then you know that they're not listening to science. So, and that response, I think, in a way, to the motor sports question, looking at the time we're in right now, I don't see how motorsports can be anymore. If you really look at the science, well, where we are, we can't afford that.
I don't, like, maybe we can. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can. It's going to be messy, and yeah, it's unclear to me whether or not we could have motorsports. I'm not necessarily against it, but so at Petroganda, the night before Beyond Oil started, there's a presentation from Marion Grau. Fantastic work. She was talking about the faith in Norwegian oil. It's not just a trust, that it's like a religious faith. It's not only democratic and green oil, it's Christian oil. And at the end of her talk, she talked about the need to withdraw your trust and your faith and your attachment to oil.
It was very strong. She's a professor in theology at Menighetsfakultetet in Norway, and she's also activist in Extinction Rebellion.
Yeah, so I hope I'll get to speak more with her. But she ended there, and I'm sure she has more ideas, but it made me think, okay, if you have to withdraw your faith and your attachment, which is fundamental for people, the groups you belong to, then reattach to what? And right now, the big offer, like reattach to what on offer, is green growth, which is also a myth with no empirical basis that is quite scary. And we would need an alternative or alternatives for people to reattach to. So I then could point to all of my colleagues and comrades who work on like degrowth and post-development and solar punk, speculative fiction, whatever it is, where they're trying to create these alternatives that are not just grounded in science, but grounded in like culture and belonging.
Thank you for that, Devin. We are running out of time. If any of you think the Norwegian paradox is exciting, and I think you do because you're all here, I would like to shamelessly promote a new podcast called The Black Thread. Klimakultur co-produced it. It's made by Dickon Bonvik Stone, and it's published through the Drilled podcast by Amy Westerveld. First episode was last week. This week there's a new episode. I'm in it, so I can't listen to it. But I'm talking about Petroganda in Norway. The vice president of Equinor, Jannik Lindbæk, on communications, is talking about how amazing it is that Equinor has a 100% brand awareness in Norway, and how they are allowed to inform about their work through their 833 million kroners in sponsorships they paid out the last 5 years in sports, culture, and mostly in education and children's programming. So check that out. I'd like to thank the panel. I'd like to thank Beyond Oil for having this conversation.
Thank you so much.
For that. And
such an honor to be here.
And I'd like you to see the national team suit for youth football with a Norwegian flag. And in case you didn't know who was sponsoring it, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is what children are wearing when they're playing elite sports in Norway. Our cross-country youth national team was called Equinor's national team. And I want you to come and touch this and feel this and get a sense of what it is to be a part of the Norwegian paradox. Thank you so much and have a great day. Tusen takk. Tusen takk. Bra. Veldig bra. Tiden går så fort.
Welcome to session 3C, Negotiation and Justice. Jan and I have swapped chairing responsibilities in this room, so I'm Siddharth Sareen. I'm leading you through this. My job is very simple. It's to announce the 5 presenters whom we will hear from over the next 40 minutes, for 8 minutes each, after which we will use the format you're by now familiar with of moving into, as someone memorably said yesterday, the 5 corners of this room, the 5th one being the center circle that appears magically. Feel free to move the chairs a little bit to get into cozy little groups. We'll swap again after 20 minutes, and then please help us by moving chairs back into some semblance of order before you move onward for lunch. We will close by 11:30. So the 5 papers we're going to hear about now. The first is Enabling Land Use Justice in the Green Transition. We have Ragnhild Frangdahle, who will be presenting it, and his work along with Halvor Dannevig and Karin Moberg and others. The next up will be a paper on public views about climate justice in an international perspective. And Ruven Doran is going to take us through that one with a large set of authors that I will not read out here. The third is a solo piece by Wesley Morer that is titled Structural Barriers to Environmental Justice, a livability justice framework for fence-line communities under climate change. Fourth, we have a positively titled paper called The Future is Just, Just Transitions and Aiming High by Jeremy Moss. And last but not least, we'll have Kim Bauer, Daria Shapovalova, who is the presenting author, and Matteo Fermeglia's paper, Equity in the Fossil Fuel Phase-Out and the Role of Legal Principles. So broad look at negotiation and justice. The slides will be up. And without further ado, keeping in mind these beautiful time reminders that I'll be waving at you, I welcome Ragnhild Frangdahle.
Right, thank you. I'm happy this is a big screen because then you can actually see what I'm trying to show in the back of the picture here. So my name is Ragnhild. I'm part of the Western Norway Research Institute, and we are looking at introducing a term called land use justice, and I'll explain a bit why we're looking at that, because the Nordic societies, which is our kind of case study area, are in the process of transitioning into green energy, etc. And when they do that, they're replacing fossil fuel-based infrastructure with new renewable energy, and that mining for critical minerals as well, and that often comes into conflict with other societal goals of maintaining biodiversity, a just transition, etc. Because all these new infrastructures are drivers for land use change. And what you can see in this picture here, when I show you this, is the carbon capture and storage facility plant at Øygarden, an hour's drive from here out towards the sea. What you can see in the previous picture is the planning area where they're potentially developing more green energy infrastructure, so the municipality is very deliberately trying to kind of limit the amount of nature that it will consume, and doing this by planning new areas very close to a place where they've already done major infrastructure development, and at the kind of cost of, this is also what you can see there, kind of what, towards the right of this picture, what they kind of removed to build this plant. So it's where the goal of a green transition also then comes into kind of conflict with preserving nature, and this particular, it's coastal heath that's a kind of an important biodiversity type in this part of the country. So all land use change is from something to something else, and that's what we're kind of doing in this project, is looking more on how these things come into conflict, because that's often a cause of conflict between different parts of society, so nature conservationists, planners, local communities, etc. And we see that there's a close connection between the recognition of diverse values, of senses of justice, and views on the legitimacy of land use decisions. And that the nature crisis is connected to not recognizing the diverse values of nature in planning. We have case studies in different locations on wind power, energy inequalities, mining, and electrification of a wind power plant in one of our projects looking at this land use justice idea. And then we have Norwegian cases of that also include road development and cabin development. So that one is a little bit broader, but the green transition is kind of what we're focusing on in the Just Green project. So the question is, why land use justice? Like, why not just energy justice or environmental justice? Why do we want this new term? Because it's all about land. This picture is from Repparfjorden in Finnmark, where the Nature and Youth and Sami rights holders have been keeping up a camp for 100 days and protesting a copper mine. It's the second time in 4 years that they do this. We see that there's tight connections between public planning and societal understandings of justice. There's a strong sense in this case that there's a lack of recognition of Sami rights holders, both who use the fjord for fishing and the reindeer herders inland. And these issues crop up in a lot of development projects in Norway and the Nordic countries. So we feel that a term kind of more explicitly putting land use justice and pluralistic valuation at the center can help reconcile conflicts in planning for a green transition. To develop our framework, we've also looked at different types of values. Obviously, this is from IPES and looking at the different kind of ways in which nature is valued by different actors, and also in the idea of recognizing value of land in and of itself. The idea of getting this into public planning is obviously a bit difficult, so that's what we're going to do in some of the case studies. We're going to look at how the municipalities are doing this in their planning, whether they're doing it, how they're doing it differently, because not every municipal planner is the same. So we aim to bridge justice theory into pluralistic valuation, particularly like looking at these pluricentric ideas. And to do that, we kind of built a framework that we've done an integrative literature review rather than a kind of systematic one. So we've, instead of quantifying things, we've looked at how we can, an integrative review kind of aims more at getting a thorough overview of the literature and kind of develop ideas for bringing the theoretical development forward rather than just mapping what's already there. So we've included the distributive justice, procedural justice, pluralistic valuation, recognition, justice, and capability. So we kind of found in a lot of the literature that we've assessed, and also in the framework that we're building, that recognition, justice, and capabilities really need to be present before we can talk about procedural or distributive justice. Because if you have a misrecognition already present from the start, then the procedural and distributive justice will never really be fulfilled. So we've kind of put that at the center of or at the kind of bottom of the way that we're thinking about the framework, and then also how we include the pluralistic valuation. So the next step that we're doing is case studies, where we're analyzing the planning documents according to the frameworks in the different cases. We're doing interviews and workshops to see how we have municipal partners in a lot of projects, so we're working with them, but also looking at other actors who are important stakeholders and rights holders in each of the cases. We'll look at how each of these are looking at how they weight and balance different concerns, goals of society, etc., and whether any of this whether they are actually valuing nature in different ways, and how justice concerns are addressed throughout. And so the idea at the end of the project, we've started these projects earlier this year and we're running through to 2027. We hope to develop some policy advice that will, and also to kind of make this framework a bit more accessible so that it can be used in planning processes in the Nordic countries. That's kind of our goal. Here's some of the questions that we've kind of found that's going to be asked by this framework. And the hope, I suppose, is that we know that when we see wind turbines like these, the process was done in a thorough and what we can call just way. Thank you.
Yeah, also welcome from my side. Thanks for this very nice introduction for the topic of climate justice, or justice per se. What I'm going to present is some work that I conducted with this large group of nice collaborators in an international context. We're a group that has been interested over the last 3-4 years or so trying to map public perceptions of climate justice in different conceptualizations, and also how it relates to activism in particular. What I'm going to present today is how people in different countries construct the meaning of climate justice as a concept to themselves at the subjective level, and what this may have for consequences in how we may communicate about climate justice as researchers or as practitioners. So our approach is pretty much bottom-up. So we start at how the public talks about climate justice, whether it's in line with the scholarly literature or not is not so much our concern at that point. It's really much about what is the picture that people have in their minds when they hear the term, and also when they make decisions based on their own understanding about information that relates to justice. So without further ado, in the literature, we've heard this several times at this conference, we can map climate justice oftentimes along these 3 dimensions. This is very commonly used. In an international context, you could translate this in terms of saying distributive justice would relate to the consequences of ongoing climate change or the past emissions, and also what this will do for different countries across the world, and also who will benefit from a green transition, for instance, right, which can also be an aspect of climate justice. The procedural aspects are particularly prevalent when we talk about the decisions in facilitating, for instance, developments of green infrastructure and so on and so forth, but also who's going to get the funds to adapt to climate change, right? So we're moving a little bit from climate change mitigation, I'm afraid so, to adapting to the consequences that are inevitable already and trying to mitigate this, and who's part of the decisions about how we allocate these resources. And finally, it's one term that we particularly were interested in exploring as part of our research about recognition, because there have been voices both in the scholarly literature but also among the general public that some voices appear not to be heard as much as others. And that's questions of race, but not exclusively. It's also questions about socioeconomic background and so on. So what we did in this study, we conducted a survey. This is online surveys in 11 different countries. And these countries are, of course, not representative for the world population, but they try to kind of get examples across the globe, representing countries from the global north and also the global south, which is a strength in our work, in my view. So the data was collected in 2002, so this can have changed somewhat, but as you all know with research, sometimes development's a little bit slow. As much as we can assume that an online representative sample by filling out a survey is representative of the general public, we assume that it's at least for regular survey takers representative of these countries that I mentioned there. And you get a list of the participants in a bit. First of all, what did we map in this particular study? What I'm going to talk about is 2 concepts. One's the concept awareness. We asked 2 different questions, close-ended up. Before today, before filling out the survey, have you ever heard about the term climate justice? Binary response, and also followed this up for themselves on a safe-rated scale. How much do we think, or do they think they know about the term? So what's their perceived knowledge about it? And then afterwards, we followed this up with an open-ended question asking, just like briefly explain to us what the term climate justice means to you. And this question was presented to everybody, regardless of whether they heard it before or not, right? So it's really much about having people's intuitive kind of picture or mental imagery that they may have in their heads. So this is a list of the participating countries, and it's a large variety. And what you can see here on this table is that, first of all, we have not so much awareness of the concept in this particular sample of countries. What you can see here is like Japan, UK, Brazil, Australia, Netherlands. Less than 30% have ever heard about the term before. Right. Then we have the United States, Nigeria, Germany, and the Philippines, a little bit higher, but still under 40%. And then most prevalent was actually United Arab Emirates, and also India, where this term was much more, at least among the survey participants and survey takers, more prevalent. Overall, around 33% have heard about the term before. When we correlated this with knowledge, there's like a moderate correlation with it, right? So what people perceive to be their state of knowledge about the concept does not necessarily reflect what they heard about it from before. So we coded the responses to the open-ended questions. So these are the themes that we identified in line with previous literature. It's about accountability, action, corporations, disproportionate harm, environmental issues. This relates more broadly about environmental preservation as a topic. It doesn't mention justice per se, but it's more like it's important to protect nature. This could be an example here. And finally, we have equitable benefits. So these were the first 6 categories that we identified. And then we also had more socially related concepts, more like in the sphere of social justice, about governments and politics. Naysayers are the classic climate deniers, for instance, who in their response indicate that they think it's a useless concept, because why would you be worried about justice in a context when climate change doesn't even exist? And then we have also some responses that could not be allocated to any of the aforementioned, or that people indicated they actually don't know or didn't respond. So in this presentation, I'm going to present the first 9 categories to make it a little bit more useful to compare the countries. Yes. So this is our results. So first of all, when we look at people's awareness of the concept, that correlated mostly not at all, and if very weakly, with the type of themes that people mentioned. Right? And what we can say here, this is like a selection of the first 5 countries. It's as expected. People don't really know the concept, so that's what explains the low percentages. But it's mainly that people use a very abstract concept. They basically talk about their environmentalism or not, right? They talk about nature preservation in terms of justice. Very, very rarely in these countries about social justice or this distributive or procedural justice aspects. What stood out here is Brazil as a country where we, as you can see from this selection, was the only country where also government and politics was a prevailing topic among the respondents, alongside with the questions of disproportionality and who is harmed, alongside environmental aspects. And then finally, we have 6 additional countries, and there the picture is a little bit different. So in this slide, what you can see here is countries that are more allocated towards the global south, also exposed to higher vulnerability in terms of climate change. And what we can see here is that in these particular cases, people's conception of climate justice also incorporates social aspects. And if there's a trend to this data, of course, this is a very short presentation, but I'm happy to discuss this in dialogue with you, is that there appears to be a greater tendency among the respondents from the global south to incorporate social aspects in their conception of justice when they talk about climate justice, compared to other countries. One exception is Germany, where we also have like a combination of environmental issues combined with social aspects. And one reason could be that the media plays a role here. So to sum up, what we can see is a focus on classic environmental protection issues, on nature preservation, right, alongside a low public awareness of the concept. And one step forward is that how can we incorporate this knowledge into the design of communications about climate justice? And I will happily discuss this with you in the discussion. Thanks.
Morning. So my work started here at UIB 3 years ago when I went on to the Habitable Air project. And I immediately noticed how various disciplines, environmental justice, sort of documented environmental justice, but rarely integrated their insights. So my anthropologist colleagues captured the lived experiences very well. The geographers mapped the spatial inequalities, while public health researchers sort of quantified these impacts. And since Paris, we've then seen more than 2,500 climate cases, yet fence-line communities continue to suffer. This sort of disconnect drove me to develop a solution-oriented framework that I am tentatively calling the livability justice framework. And it sort of brings both the ethnographic insights, the human rights law, and the quantitative research together, with the hope that we can impact directly the lives of fence-line communities. What is clear to me is that there is clearly a need for disciplinary integration, with access to justice being at the center. Fuller and other scholars have documented air pollution deaths have risen from 4.2 million to 4.5 million between 2015 and 2019, which brings the total to about 9 million annually from all pollution sources. As Ramathan and Carmichael have also established, climate change intensifies these impacts through a dual burden. Pollutants on the one side, like black carbon, methane, they damage local health while accelerating global warming. Following Landrigan's research, these burdens concentrate in fence-line communities, low-income populations adjacent to industrial infrastructure with very minimal political power. It brings us to the fundamental question that is driving my research. Why do governance failures persist despite extensive legal interventions? What structural barriers sustain environmental injustice from the Niger Delta to Cancer Alley? Building on existing environmental justice scholarship, this research seeks to identify specific structural intervention points. Now, to the livability justice framework. The framework offers a diagnostic heuristic for analyzing governance failures in these fence-line communities. Our research focuses on South Africa, where we have 2 sites, Germany, where we have 2 sites as well, and Louisiana in the US. So the framework operationalizes 3 structural barriers that I identified in the literature, with the first being regulatory capture, as theorized by Dalbour, power asymmetries examined by Schrader-Frechette, and resource inequalities analyzed by Lazarus. And following Shankoff and other scholars, the framework conceptualizes livability as a justice-centered condition shaped by governance failures, economic precarity, and political exclusion. The LJF contributes a triadic diagnostic to intervention mapping that links barriers to specific levers. You would be able to see the barriers are regulatory capture, participatory governance, and you have power asymmetries, legal empowerment, governance. They're all going together with community participation being sort of in the center, linking everything. With this framework, by identifying these sort of 3 barriers and synthesizing case law and policy analysis, regulatory capture where industries influence the agencies meant to regulate them, it appears through patterns like revolving door appointments and delayed enforcement. Second is the power asymmetries, which manifests in systematic exclusion from decision-making, as documented in environmental impact assessments conducted without meaningful consultation. The third one is resource inequities, which create capacity gaps, leaving communities without the funds or legal expertise to monitor. The analysis reveals that these barriers interact and reinforce one another, creating what Colin Foster described as persistent patterns of injustice. Now, the framework maps each barrier to potential intervention identified through the case analysis. Community-led monitoring integrates independent data that challenges regulatory narratives, and a case like the Rice and James in Louisiana demonstrates how community-documented benzene levels prompted regulatory responses. Constitutional litigation, which is exemplified by a case like MC Mehta and Ogoniland decisions from Nigeria, has elevated environmental rights to fundamental status in certain jurisdictions. Participatory mechanisms, as Aguar's research suggests, may build capacity while creating new governance spaces. And with this framework, I propose that targeting all three barriers simultaneously may be more effective than isolated interventions. Applications across three contexts reveals different barrier configurations. As I mentioned before, Nigeria's Niger Delta analysis suggests regulatory capture dominates, with the ICJ's Ogoniland decision and UN Special Procedures communications indicating potential for international mechanisms. In India, power symmetries appear primary, with the National Green Tribunal and Supreme Court providing venues for communities to challenge industrial projects. In Louisiana's Cancer Alley, resource inequities intersect with documented patterns of environmental racism. Bullard and Wright research shows how community air monitoring programs generating EPA-grade data achieved outcomes that decades of complaints had not. Now, to conclude, I will leave you with this. The framework that I'm proposing in this work in progress suggests that addressing environmental injustice may require a multi-scalar approach which draws from Ostrom's polycentric governance and Paul Walsh's adaptive management theories. Preliminary analysis indicates that isolated reforms targeting a single barrier are often insufficient. The framework then positions community agency as a critical variable, informed by indigenous sovereignty models discussed by White. Evidence from successful cases suggests potential pathways, that is, embedding community oversight in agencies, substantive rights enforcement following Wood's Nature's Trust doctrine, and direct resource allocation to communities. These observations indicate possible trajectories rather than prescriptive solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So I'm a philosopher, and what I wanted to do in this presentation is really reflect a little bit on why it is that justice is so fundamental to talking about climate change, and try and articulate some of the principles or goals, if you like, that might inform a just transition. And one of the reasons I want to do that is I think we really, certainly at a national level, don't talk nearly enough about justice in detail. So the situation is getting better. In 2015, for instance, it was just South Africa that had a robust conception of justice in its NDCs. Now many other countries do. But even countries that do, they still don't have robust and detailed national just transition plans. And where countries do have just transition plans, it's often that they take a really status quo approach. That is, they don't achieve, or they don't aim to achieve many social justice goals. And that's a sad state of affairs, I think. Moreover, I think very often when we talk about justice, we talk about it in a really vague way. After all, it doesn't take very much to say that you're in favour of justice. No one's going to stand up and say, I want an unjust, unfair, inequitable transition after all. And what that tells you is that where the action is not in putting the word justice at the end of your presentation or a policy document, but it's in giving substance to what you mean by that. And we also have to do that because otherwise the results can be pretty bad. These are two carbon majors, oil and gas producers in my own country. They have just transition plans, and their plans are to keep pumping oil and gas until 2070. So we can do better than that, and obviously people do better than that. So what kind of goals then should a just transition consist in? Well, I think the first thing, particularly governments should do, is that they should have the goal of not creating harm or not exacerbating existing harms. Now, we're all familiar with the kind of standard climate harm that is foisted upon people, a weather event, a fire, a flood, and so on. But what we're going to see in an unjust transition, if we don't get it right, is what I call transition harms. So transition harms are things like when you want to pay for something, pay for a piece of infrastructure, you raise the money, as the government in my local area in Australia did, by raising taxes that had a disproportionate impact on lower income households. Okay? Similarly, when in Australia and many other places around the world, we respond to disasters, climate disasters, we do so in a way that leave people entirely at the mercy of the market, for instance. So in Australia, it's already the case that 2 million homes can't get insurance for climate-related disasters. And that's true in many, many places in the world. And what these kind of harms are, as I say, transition harms. They're harms that we directly create by responding in the wrong kind of way. And that should be the first goal, if you like, of a just climate transition, is not to do that. And I think what governments and other people ought to do is undertake what I call vulnerability mapping. That is, we need to map why and how people are vulnerable and not increase that vulnerability. And just in case you're wondering where the money should come from this, it would not be appropriate for me to come from the world's largest coal exporting nation to one of the big oil exporters and not have a slide about that. That's where the money should come from. I'm not going to talk about that, but I had to put it in. That's from a report I did with colleagues at University College London. So I think the other big pillar then of what a just transition should look like, or what a goal of the just transition should be, is to create benefits and to share them in the right way. Now, what are benefits? Well, we're all familiar with the obvious benefit that would come with getting mitigation right, that is, having a safer climate. But what the just transition also offers the opportunity to do is to create non-climate benefits, benefits such as health or poverty reduction, or even enhancing our democracy. And that's what I think we should do in terms of, well, what I call aiming high. We should aim to create, wherever possible, those non-climate benefits. And the reason for that is it's almost unavoidable when we're spending so much money that we're not going to create other, or have the opportunity to create other social benefits. But more importantly, I think it would be a moral missed opportunity not to try and bend our climate transition, if you like, in order to create those kind of benefits. And I can't go into it here, but I think how we should distribute those benefits should be by trying to make society a more equal place. That's the distributive principle, if you like, that I think fits in here. So I think we should aim high. We should try and distribute things in order to make society a more equal place. But I think one sort of challenge that I'd like to hear your views about is that when we do this, it creates trade-offs, and it suddenly changes the climate transition from a climate transition to a transition that has many other significant goals, perhaps even having those goals as a primary feature. So what's an example? If in a big city you want to reduce emissions from transport, what might you do? Well, you might put heavy rail through densely populated areas, so people take rail. But if you want to also fight cardiovascular disease, for instance, you'll put that rail line through areas perhaps in the outer suburbs, okay, where people need to walk more, need to engage in active transport. And what you do when you do that is you mitigate less and you spend more. Now, that might not be a bad thing, but we have to be able to justify that. Because suddenly you might have a transition that's supported because people want action on climate change, and suddenly you've got a transition that's supporting all these other goals, which might be more controversial. Perhaps it's not health, perhaps it's fighting racism or something else. So we have to be aware, if we're going to aim for these other types of goals as well, how we justify them. And that means having a robust, worked out conception of justice that is part of our just transition. So ultimately, I think we should have this robust conception. It should be integrated from the beginning. It should be a priority, and it should be comprehensive in the sense of applying to all the situations that a transition faces. So not just oil and gas or coal workers, not just domestic even, but global issues as well. And it should apply to the three pillars. So it should apply to mitigation, adaptation, and indeed loss and damage. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Daria Shapovalova, and my colleague Kim Bauer sends her apologies. She was supposed to be here to present this probably much more proficiently than I would, and I was looking forward to engage with all the other fantastic work, but I'll do my best. Our paper is in the field of international law. It is now in post-revision review, and we're hoping that it will be accepted at some point in the next 3 to 5 years, and hopefully after that. Our hope and our plan is to work with people across different disciplines to develop this work into something much more practical than what it currently is. And what we set out to do is to look at the principles of international law. We started working on our paper with the question, if we already all know, and it's not very controversial, that not all the fossil fuels that we have found can be developed and burned, then who decides which states keep theirs in the ground and which have to stop producing first, and on what basis? I hope I don't have to preach to the room here on the studies and on how uncontroversial that question is. But we started looking into literature and see what people are already saying about this. And we found quite a lot of economic studies that talked about the fact that probably the most difficult to develop and the most expensive resources should stay in the ground. And we got a bit worried as lawyers. It's like, that maybe is not the most equitable solution across the world. And then we found more studies that looked into equity, that looked into just transition, but we found that those largely ignored international law completely. And we as lawyers think that this is the most important thing, that everything has to conform to law. But more importantly, it has to have that legitimate basis. And whenever things about equity and justice are discussed, we feel like they do need to have good basis in international law, because we see large fossil fuel producing countries and other lobbying actors try to use law and legal principles to maybe object to some of the principles and proposals about fossil fuel phase out. So what we set out to do is to test the existing international legal principles to see whether they are in any way opposing to an equitable fossil fuel phase out or not. And we found that actually they do already contain the normative building blocks for deciding what an equitable phase out would look like. And then in the summer, the International Court of Justice delivered its advisory opinion on climate change, and we were very happy to find that we were not completely out of whack with the International Court of Justice, and they actually agree with us on a lot. So climate treaties such as the Framework Convention on Climate Change and Paris Agreement, they focus almost entirely on the emissions and not really on the production. And they tell states to reduce what is burned, but never really directly say anything about how much should be or can be extracted in the first place. And that silence started to shift about COP26 in Glasgow in 2021, with the first mention after nearly 30 years of climate negotiations of a phase down of an unabated coal. And language matters because that's really weak language. It's not a phase out, it's a phase down, and it's not any coal, it's only unabated coal. And the phase out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. We then had the language expand a bit further in COP28, referring to fossil fuels more collectively. And these are very small, but they're legally significant steps for us as lawyers, and hopefully the rest of the planet as well, because they start signaling an interpretive practice for how countries and other actors can interpret international obligations in the Paris Agreement and in the UNFCCC. And some countries in their submissions to the International Court of Justice tried to dispute that and say, well, actually, it doesn't really matter. It's just something we decide at COP. But the ICJ said, well, no, actually, you decided at COP, so that means that really does influence the way the rest of the obligations should be interpreted. So in parallel, we have a lot of informal initiatives coming out around fossil fuels, the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, Powering Past Coal Alliance, and the proposed Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, albeit there is no draft yet. And there is a really good paper that we took as our basis by Haro van Hasselt, who says that there is now this emergent international law of leaving it in the ground. And he poses a lot of questions of how would it interact with potentially conflicting obligation between, for example, protecting investors under international law and climate obligation and the right to regulation. So we took that paper and we thought, okay, we're going to start by looking at international legal principles. and at equity. And equity is not an empty word in international law. It's actually one of the official sources of international law for the International Court of Justice to consider. It originates as a concept of justice, but it performs different functions such as correcting the wrongs through adjudication or guiding the development of future norms as well. In international environmental law, we often distinguish between intergenerational equity or intragenerational equity, so equity within the same generation and fairness among states today, or fairness to future generations as well. Importantly, in the climate regime, equity is not an empty word. It is considered to be a fundamental principle of both the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in Article 3.1, but also in a number of provisions on the Paris Agreement to guide the interpretation and implementation. But those references are deliberately kept very open-ended, or as some literature refers to it as fuzzy, which invites a lot of subjective interpretation of what equity means in climate change. But in climate change treaties, equity also refers to climate change in general, so climate justice, impacts of climate change, and we're talking about fossil fuels more specifically. So this is our main framework. What we've done is what I can only say was very rigorous international analysis of international law, and we have grouped our principles of international law across two pillars, the pillar of the equitable use of resources and the pillar of harm avoidance. And we say that these pillars are interconnected, and we don't actually have to start from scratch because it is already in the law. And the beauty of taking it from the principles is that even when states are not part of the treaty, looking at the United States, you are still bound by principles of international law. So looking at the equitable use of resources, we already have quite a lot of provisions and principles in international law on the equitable use of marine spaces, of freshwater sources, for example. And many say that principle of sovereignty is prohibitive to a fossil fuel phase out. But through our analysis, we find that actually sovereignty is not unlimited. There are obligations that exist in international law that oblige states to actually not harm the environment of other states and shared environment, including climate. We look at the principle of differentiation, which underpins international climate action and environmental law, and recognizes states' capabilities and responsibility for historical harm. We then look at the duty to cooperate, which the ICJ has framed as the main duty, really, in international climate action. And then we'll look at harm avoidance, which says that states must take action to prevent climate change, even when the risk is uncertain, and equity is embedded in there as well. So to finalize, the concept of equity is not legally empty. It already lives and can be derived from international law. A principle-based framework bridges moral and legal reasoning and grounds justice and enforceable duties. And when we connect these principles, we have a clear normative structure that emerges and provides for some practical solutions, such as, for example, due diligence, where you have to do Scope 3 emissions assessment when you authorize new developments. So just because we say so and the ICJ says so doesn't make it so. We're aware of that, but we hope that this provides for a legitimate baseline from which we can all start, and we look forward to working with people across disciplines to make it into a more practical framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all 5 presenters. Now I'm going to see if we can do it this way, that if you want to understand more about justice, the way that people understand justice, then Reuven, you could have others join you in that corner. If you want to understand how justice is defined and how to be consistent with it in practice, then we could take Jeremy over in this corner. If you want to get into how justice could be participatory and how that's actually something centered in the different dimensions of it, then we could have Wesley taking us over into that corner. If, on the other hand, you're interested in how justice is legislated and how those precise definitions have implications for equity in practice, then you could join Daria in that corner. And if you're interested in justice and the protest aspects of it and what it means in hands-on practice, then you could join Ragnhild in the middle. So please take a chair, join our speakers, and in 20 minutes I'll ask you to move and join a different group.
Amazing. Well, to begin with, thank you all for joining us at Beyond Oil 2025, and also for joining us for this very exciting plenary session this afternoon. My name is Sharon Shokozar. I'm a PhD candidate at the Center for Climate and Energy Transformation, CET, the University of Bergen. And I have the honor and privilege of moderating today's discussion. Our plenary theme is on power shifts, navigating big energy and local solutions, where we will be joined by Professor Andy Sterling and Lara Santos-Ayon. We will discuss issues connected with both global hegemonic energy systems and also community energy solutions to some of those. And look at issues like power and agency and some of the tensions and perhaps, what do you know, maybe even synergies between them. To help us get started, we are very fortunate to have our first keynote speaker for this afternoon, Professor Andy Sterling. Andy is a professor of science and technology at the University of Sussex and the co-director of the STEPS Center. He is currently serving as the lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Andy, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sharon.
Oops, sorry.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction and for the applause. I get that in early before I actually disappoint you. No, I really appreciate it. It's an honor. The honor is for me to have a chance to engage in this discussion. I found the conversations over the past day and a half really fantastic, and the vibe as well is really great. And thanks also for the rather unjustly flattering picture that had of me up there with everyone else. So, yeah, is there a way of getting this? Oh, I see the screen's down there, right. Let me master this. From climate frying pan to nuclear fire, slightly cheesy, but that's my way of trying to address this topic of power shifts. I'm going to do it by stepping back before I step right into the nuclear stuff, partly because there's a really great strand of conversation already here on this, and I think a lot of the points are quite well recognized. But I want to make them in a different background. My bottom line from the point of view of some of the issues we've been wrestling with together for the last day and a half is that if you take seriously the challenges that this community is addressing, then actually sometimes the bigger the target, the more vital and smaller the actions. The bigger the target. And I'm going to try and make it bigger even than some of the things we've talked about. And yet the actions to uproot that are smaller. So the contradiction between that, I hope to challenge. But on nuclear, I'm going to point to, just to spoil the drama of it all, that actually I'm going to talk about control fallacies, these delusions of control, not only on the part of those propounding the technology, be it fossil fuels or nuclear, but even among those who critique it, and structural ignorance, the way societies unintendedly make us ignorant about inconvenient things, picking up from Naomi's fantastic talk and earlier work, but making that target also bigger. And I'm going to point to some of those effects with nuclear. So let's go into it then. What do I mean by some of these jargon terms? I don't know why social scientists aren't allowed specialist terms. It's interesting. No one challenges doctors or engineers for specialist terms. So I will defend these, but I'm aware they're not transparent. Let's just try and appreciate the merit of stepping back and having words for things that aren't normally named in society, which is not just jargon. By looking at the world is obsessed, this community is part of it, but the UN, 198 countries, talking about the challenge of transforming our world and being quite specific about the values at stake, the sustainability values, leaving no one behind, ending poverty. Now, just if you then try and ask, okay, so what is the UN trying to transform us away from? What's the name of that thing? It's really interesting. Not only is there no name for it, but you get in big trouble when you try and name it. And at the ITBES, which has now run its course, I should change my web bio, but the ITBES process, great bunch of people, but one of the things that came out there was there's a special social science report, I think people here involved, fantastic people, but one of the discussions there was, you cannot name capitalism. In fact, it was named, but there was a really strong inhibition from foregrounding capitalism too much in a social science intergovernmental process looking at transformation. So if you can't talk about capitalism, I mean, not necessarily saying we're going to get out of capitalism, that's something to be demonstrated, but talk about it at least, that's kind of interesting. And yet the really interesting point for me is that if you take the SDGs seriously, war, poverty, environmental degradation, to be fair on capitalism, which I'm not prone to be, but let's do it for a moment, it's not just capitalism. State, market capitalism, certainly, state capitalism, communism, socialism, fascism are all formations that it's difficult to say did not cause, for instance, climate problems to the same degree. So there's a paradox. Capitalism is too big to talk about, even for communities where if you talk about it, you sound like you're too critical, too abstract. Let's do concrete things, let's not talk about capitalism. And yet capitalism's too big for those discourses, but too small to really do justice to the challenge. Now, if by stepping back, you see that kind of thing, what one names that formation is a moot matter. I call it colonial modernity, recognizing the importance of modernity as an encompassing formation with all these things that have contributed to the devastations of climate disruption, as well as a whole bunch of others. Capitalism is within it, it's very important, but it's not the whole problem. And coloniality, because that is like the real, along with patriarchy, something that really doesn't get discussed as much as it should. So I step back, because then the purpose isn't just abstract. It's like, so what then are the biases that those of us immersed in that formation will have, unintentionally, even if we're critics? And it's pretty easy. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these because there's a lot to get through. But you can repeat this exercise. I'll be interested in hearing from everyone else. These are the canonical characteristics, if you go to academic peer-reviewed encyclopedias, of modernity and ask, well, what is this thing, modernity? What characterizes it? Of course, they disagree about the emphasis, but they are all variously implicated. And they are all about an imagination of control. Imagined control. Some of them good, like democratization. I'm paid up for that in quite a strong form. Imagined control by the people, by the less powerful, over power. That's a control agenda in some of these films, along with a whole bunch of other ones. So we know then that whether we are critics or proponents of incumbent structures, like the fossil fuel industry, we will tend to frame things, left to our own devices, in terms that, like currents in a bun, the thing we're embedded in does. So that's not necessarily wrong, it's not necessarily bad, it's unavoidable. Let's talk about it, let's look at how we're doing that. But I just want to say something now about what I mean by control, because so deep is this ingrained bias in modernity, even among critics, that we sometimes think, well, hang on, Andy, what are you talking about? Of course you've got to control fossil fuels. This is weird, this is getting a bit esoteric. What we mean is we've got to have agency over it. We want to exercise progressive collective agency. But in modernity, it's becoming impossible to think of any kind of agency that isn't control. There are, in fact, many kinds of agency. Control is just one. It's quite an esoteric one, quite a specific one. And it's very familiar, so this is not an abstraction. Anyone interacting with a machine will experience this. I'm doing it right now with my button here. You have a single intervention, you have a single purpose, then it projects onto a single intervention, then you get the intended aims. You do not get gaps or shortfalls, you do not get collateral side effects, and you do not get feedback. That's control. And when we're operating a functioning machine, it's normal. But it is not normal in society. It is not normal in the world. So it is interesting that in modernity, the ideology of control has metastasized, that we can't think of any other kind of agency beyond it than our precious interactions with our cherished machines. That's a lot more to be said, it's a complex matter. So how then does that pan out to thinking about challenges? We are looking too small, I think. If we really want to uproot the climate disruption nightmare, we need to take seriously this background of colonial modernity in which these power structures are based around processes that we know very well of categorization, standardization, appropriation. These things are prior to the extraction and concentration and accumulation that characterize the history of the last few hundred years, which people have referred to many times at the edges of a discussion. But they depend on processes that are central to some of the climate governance attempts. Quantifying in single metrics, the truth is singular, it's standardized. That is far down the slippery slope of coloniality because it's got a control bias. So in other words, empires did not exercise control over their territories. They exercised their abstracted privilege, but it was enabled by stories of control. Why do I say that? Again, there's not a lot of time to dwell on these things. I'm sure there will be, especially in the spirit of me yesterday, please do come back at me with criticisms. But at the zenith of the British imperial adventure, Prime Minister Harold Macmillan said, when asked, "What do you fear most, sir?" "Events, dear boy, events." His experience was not of controlling anything. Head of the British Empire, I mean, in terms of the British Constitution as a Prime Minister, Rahm Emanuel, Barack Obama's, when there was a figure with some explicable agency in the White House, Rahm Emanuel, Chief of Staff of Barack Obama, talked of the main policy agenda of Obama, what are the prospects of getting it through? Don't let a crisis go to waste. The experience of the most powerful person in the world is not of control. They're not in a cockpit. They are trying to surf events. So control doesn't exist. And yet we pretend, including critics, who will say, you're not controlling well enough. Control does not exist in the world in a form that's relevant to climate change. And yet we're trying to control it. And that leads to effects, I think, not least failure. Nehru identified this really well. It's worth looking up. It's controlism, the experience on the other end of imperial adventures. So yes, we have these structures that really, often we can pretend that we don't live in a world where there are these massive, persistent structures. Here's the world's trade routes at the height of European imperial power, explicit power. Now in so-called post-colonial times, you see the structures are of internet connectivity, of world trade, just imprinted. If anyone thinks we're not living in colonial times, I hope these graphics really underscore it. We don't need saying to this audience, probably. But not just that. Projection of mass violence. A cartogram here shows the size of countries depending on their nuclear weapons arsenals. It's almost identical to billionaires per head. These are not just interesting foibles. This is the structure of the world we're trying to change. The favorite thing of the state, more so than capitalism. Capitalism makes money out of any opportunity. The state, for all the fact that I'm prone, it's a vital institution, but if we just think capitalism is a problem, we forget that the favorite thing of the state is war. Where has war gone in these discussions? And here's where it's gone. This cartogram now shows the incidence of conflicts over the last half century. Size of the circle represents the number of years they've existed. The distribution is quite interesting. At the interstices of these power blocks, possessing, of course, this may be overturned at half an hour notice, depending on the way nuclear control systems work, but that's the picture. That's the world we live in. That's the imagined, what the imagination of control gets us. So I'm pointing all this out because those imaginaries of control, which we can easily point from the outside, the delusional ideologies underlying these patterns of extraction and appropriation of the world, they also, coming back, and this is why I wanted to raise that at the beginning, into ostensibly critical communities. So we look then at some of the organizing frames pursued by really inspiring, serious people dedicated in good faith to their task. But what do we see? The inconvenient plurality and openness of sustainability agenda, or for all its fact, it's negotiated and compromised. The grand transition, There's one thing. Don't mess around with all this complex stuff. We need one thing. What's the thing? We're not saying. We're just saying it's a transition. Don't you worry your little head about what it is. It's a transition. Yeah, go transition. Grand challenge. Interesting how often the word grand appears. The nexus, nudge, planetary boundaries, these formations, the control variables of the world is the phrase used to characterize the planetary boundaries. The Anthropocene, a period notionally defined by imagined human control. So these control imaginaries are on our side of the political discourse as well. There's control anxiety. The fact that elites are experiencing these interesting ways is because it disrupts that narrative, the controlling narrative about the way forward, being pro or anti the thing, the transition or innovation. That's what we're saturated in. And what we're seeing here then, and we're reflecting some really great strands of discussion that have been going on in this conference so far, is yes, it's absolutely crucial to speak truth to power. But truth is not singular. It's not anything goes, but it's not singular. Just like in an everyday life, whether something's left or right of something else depends on the angle you look at it. This is not postmodern relativism. Truth depends also on the frame of reference. Plenty of things are not true, so it's a fight worth having, but there's not one truth. I'm sure people will come back to me on that. But the reason I mention that is because alongside the importance of speaking truth to power is speaking about how power shapes truth, including the truth, and Naomi's talk, and work highlights this magnificently, with respect to named actors. I'm interested in that, it's crucial, but I'm also interested beyond that in how unthinkingly even critics are shaped by the thing they're embedded in, such as to be imprisoned by it. And unless we think about how power is shaping truth, so let me now make my probably most controversial point, and it's going to be brief, so I'm sure because we've heard several times people pointing to the oscillations of climate as pathological, and I know there are all kinds of really good reasons for qualifying this as being relevant to current climate debates. It's not relevant. We need to stop emitting carbon now. We should have done half a century ago, and we could have done. But the way we're framing this challenge, the climate activism and academia is framing this discussion, is as a control agenda. Stabilizing global climate in what people like Johan Rockstrom have called an optimal Holocene state. And that negative emissions technologies play such a large role in the modeling, leading to one of them latently, still in the wings, but ever more powerful, climate geoengineering being the practical infrastructures that are entailed. This is a control agenda, and it's really interesting because environmental struggle has not always done this. Environmental struggle is in the past been up against risk assessments, assimilative capacity, when chemicals actions, anti-nuclear actions, pesticides, heavy metals were making their points in the period since Rachel Carson. Again and again and again, the environmentalists saying, stop doing this, it's wrong, normatively wrong. It's against values. Think of the values, don't you want to protect nature? Don't you want to be precautionary? And back came government and industry with graphs like this, showing the output of models without any uncertainty ranges, saying, no, we've done the modeling, you're wrong. And it was the environmentalists, again and again and again, who prevailed in those struggles. Values against, to put it bluntly, against science. Of course, this wasn't science, it was a perversion of science. But the idiom was scientific. Do what the science says, lost those struggles. For some strange reason, we are now using that language and then lamenting our failure. Do what the science says, and then we're failing, just like the protagonist of that argument said before. Because you cannot look at anything scientifically without uncertainty ranges like this, including our own. It's the values that are really important. And why that matters beyond just being successful in the struggle, which is big enough for something like climate disruption. I call it climate disruption, by the way, because it's so important. There's a disruption of the climate, not that it's stabilization of it. James Lovelock, this problem, he says, is so compelling, we should put democracy on hold for a while. This is not how progressive struggles of the past have been won, it's how they're suppressed. And this is authoritarian in ways, came up briefly yesterday. We are unaware of our own authoritarian idiom. And then when you lament the reaction, we fail to see ourselves in the mirror. That the authoritarian populism around the world has been remarkably coordinated because the provocation is remarkably singular. In governance institutions, World Trade Organization, IPCC, is articulating this authoritarian technocratic agenda, I would say. So think about how struggles then, going towards the empowering part of this responsibility we have here, we'll all have different ones: progressive struggles of the past, decolonization, women's rights, gay rights, workers' rights, etc., etc. Just think of one that was actually won. I mean, none of them have been won, but a lot of really important progress has been made. Just think, which of those has progress been made on because of evidence-based policy, sound science, petitioning the control? I mean, honourable roles have been played by business and by government, crucial roles in all of them, but they were not the drivers. And they were not achieved by the kind of idiom modelling that we seem to think we're going to win this one with. They were won by murmurations. The world is not under control. There is no cockpit. So getting in the cockpit is a complete fiction because there isn't one. We pretend there's one to justify privilege. This is how the world works, by murmurations. That's the way that change is effected. I'm going to say something more about that at the end, but I just want to point to the many multiple ways in different struggles. Not to romanticize, as many mistakes are made, and there's as many problems and calls for questioning in all these struggles, but that is the way in which these progressive politics really plays out, I would argue. So that matters then, because the principal blockage to that is this, that we don't even aware of the biases that we ourselves suffer from. Something, obviously manufactured doubt is an extremely potent concept, and a broader instance, I would say, and I'd be interested in your view on this, Naomi, is structural ignorance, coming out of studies of racism and feminism, this idea that you can have, unintendedly, you can be structurally ignorant of things because the entire society isn't looking at it. So, yes, race, gender, tobacco and chemicals in the specific instance of manufactured doubt, where it's more intended, it can be unintentional in a broader sense too. This idealized control imaginary is an example of that, I would say. And so on nuclear then, we come to the point, how is it that something that is so manifestly inappropriate is not only given airtime in discourse around climate, but it's actually almost like an orthodoxy as part of the mix, whether you go to IPCC or national governments or the most loudest kinds of intergovernmental organizations. So I've got a whole set here. I've got a pathology, you've already noticed it, of making lists. This is to be accountable, the slides are available. I could, if we had until the end of the week, go through. I'm going to go just to illustrate that I'm not just making a list here for some of them. It's just manifest, as somebody who's worked on this for 35 years. There's plenty of uncertainty, as I've mentioned. It's not sure, plenty of room for dissent. I respect people who argue the other way, but they can't actually argue in the terms that are now orthodox on any of these issues. For instance, unintentional nuclear war, as came up yesterday, I'll just say to substantiate the point, and the effects of that at half an hour's notice, even a single-digit percentage of the world's nuclear arsenals, whether released accidentally or intentionally, with accidents being far more possible than is conventionally acknowledged, will lead to, according to not just modeling, but the actual models employed to diagnose compellingly the fossil fuel climate problem, they will lead to global nuclear winter, decades of crop failure globally, North and South Hemisphere, even whichever hemisphere the attack occurs in. We know this, but we do not talk about it. And it is a climate effect of staggering proportions. It doesn't diminish the importance of fossil fuel climate change, but it's remarkable we're not talking about it. Even if climate were the only thing we were worried about, that these intentional, in the sense that the fossil fuel industry, for all its evil, is not intentionally, let's fuck up the world climate. It's not saying that, it's doing it by being fixated on profit. These infrastructures and cultures that are the governments who have them, their favorite thing, are dedicated to causing destruction, intentionally. So let's just look at some of these forms of ignorance. First of all, the inevitability of nuclear. Somehow it's inevitable. Why should any technology be inevitable? Here are the curves of proportional contributions to energy of different primary energy sources. You see the succession that has taken place. There's a lot more to be said on this, but this base picture holds over time. Nuclear is right down at the bottom. You can't resolve it. Its up and down is hardly a footnote to history. Far from nuclear being the future, nuclear hardly features in this kind of interest. And yet it's huge in our discourse, such that it can't go obsolete. How could it go obsolete? Why have we got that structural ignorance? The costs, I mean, referred to that. I mean, there is no source now in the world, business, government, intergovernmental agency, which does not acknowledge even nuclear, formally nuclear promotional agencies like the Nuclear Energy Agency, International Energy Agency, nuclear, IAEA, that don't acknowledge, yeah, nuclear is more expensive. It's actually between 3 and 4 times more expensive. Normally, that would just be a technology written off if it were. But it's not written off. And not only is it not written off, it's actually, we're having a whole debate about it in climate as if, well, and even so that even if you join in that debate as a critic, the criticism itself contributes to the momentum of the thing, because these processes are bigger than our own agency. Yeah, I mean, baseload, it's hardly worth, but the idea that nuclear provides quality of power, reliability, it's always been rubbish. But here, you even have bodies like the British Royal Society saying there is no scenario in a country like the UK where the government is utterly fixated on nuclear, there is no contribution to British energy, even using the government's data, which are ridiculously romantic about nuclear. There is no scenario in which the Royal Society says where any element of nuclear does not raise the cost. For a country like the UK, never mind Norway, it's fantastical that we're having these debates. Completely ignored in the British energy debates, let alone press. Nuclear renaissance, here's the pattern on the going upwards, construction pattern, going downwards, decommissioning pattern. Here's a plot of the discourse on nuclear renaissance. Does anyone see any renaissance there? One can see a desperate need for one, but materially, there is no nuclear renaissance. But by opposing the nuclear renaissance, people will think, oh, what nuclear renaissance? Oh, there must be 2 sides to this story. There is none. There's talk, talk, talk. So here we have that complex I showed you earlier, nuclear weapons. Here it is in terms of nuclear power, quite recognizably similar. This is the real driver of nuclear. It's military. Without nuclear infrastructures, it is not possible to build nuclear weapons easily, but even more so to build nuclear-propelled submarines, which are essential strategically to the logic of so-called nuclear deterrence. This takes a lot of unpacking, but it's just showing patterns of correlation between countries' propensity to be building and planning nuclear power programs and their commitments to nuclear weapons. I'll summarize the picture here. The leading global nuclear military powers are the most committed. There is no global or regional military power that does not hold an active history of strong pressures for civil. No country, either with or planning nuclear weapons or submarines, is currently planning a nuclear power phase-out, despite the economics. And then a Foreign Office study, interesting, we did this study actually, so it's a bit disingenuous, Phil Johnson, but I say Foreign Office study because you never know who these characters are, who fund you. I don't know now why we were funded by the Foreign Office, we were, and we quantified the subsidy from civil to military in the UK at £5 billion a year from taxpayers and electricity consumers. The prices go up, taxes go up. It's not a defence procurement, it's shifted over to the military infrastructures. So again, structural ignorance. Structural ignorance in terms of choices. We have a vast number of choices available to us for provision of electricity. It should be difficult to actually achieve zero carbon, and it's only part of the climate change challenge, zero carbon electricity, but a similar pattern applies in other sectors. But we have a vast array of choices, but this nuclear choice is stabilized by a huge infrastructures in these countries, which then set the hegemony more widely for supply chains, special skills, places for officers to go after they've been in the military afterwards because they retire early. It sounds a little bit niche, but if you look at the defense literature, which hardly anyone in our discourse does, you see it absolutely openly. Without nuclear, we could not maintain nuclear weapons in our country, but also for NATO, anyone then start thinking, well, Norway, NATO. For formations like NATO, bigger than the nation state, this is also very well known. If NATO wants to be nuclear armed, it needs to have nuclear power. Without it, in the discourse of NATO, Putin wins. So, and nuclear, it's been mentioned many times, but nuclear climate action, it was really interesting. It was only 4 years ago that some colleagues and I did a study, empirical, just saying, well, what's the empirical evidence for associations between uptake of nuclear and uptake of renewables around the world and their impacts on climate emissions, climate aggravating emissions? And that analysis, I mean, we've had 20 years plus of IPCC. No one had done that empirical analysis. And when we did it, I have never faced an onslaught like what we got to withdraw the paper. It was Nature Energy, published it. The onslaught was massive. A dozen multi-authored studies saying this should be withdrawn. In the end, all of them were rejected by peer review. But they really tried to get us budged out of that, showing this very simple picture, that nuclear is associated with increased carbon emissions around the world. Statistically, it's an association. So, yes, as we didn't know it anyway from our antennae, nuclear climate action is too little, too late, too unreliable, too risky, too costly, and too insecure. And that we even have to say that is a problem because it contributes. So I've talked a lot about some big scale issues. I've tried to illustrate this dissonance, this structural ignorance. We've talked a lot about despair here. I don't feel despairing at all. I feel actually this is empowering. Because as modernity comes to an end, which it must, and arguably is, what it feels like to be in an imperial formation coming to an end is despairing, but most for those who associate with it. I don't understand why those who are actually critical of it seem to be most despairing. We need to be more reflexive, and in particular, this control agenda I mentioned at the beginning, I think has implications. We have institutions crystallizing these imaginaries of control, which are perverse, fallacious, and also toxic. Control has a role in the world, but not as a institutionalized assumption about the only form of agency. So in our everyday lives, we're used to relations of care. It forms probably the most important parts of our lives. We just have to find institutions to build those. We need to murmurate around care in ways that people will know much better than me, but you can unpick some of the dimensions of that. Not singular imaginations that we feel we have to go to policymakers for because they say, give me your elevator pitch, because I want to use it. No. The world is plural. It's complex. Talk about that. Knowledge and action, we don't need to have knowledge first and then action. That's what politicians need to justify their power and privilege. No one acts in their everyday lives with the knowledge settled. You always act without settled knowledge. Just act on values or other things that you're sufficiently sure about and committed to. But by thinking we have to get the model straight first and then they can't argue with it, we're contributing to the very thing we're trying to undermine. Don't think in terms of fixed categories. The world is not made of categories. That's our language has got categories. The world is far more complex. It's made of relations. Be open about that. Have a bit of humility about that. Social innovations being far more important than technological. Don't just petition incumbent structures, but also look for hope in unruly subaltern agency from below. Not to romanticize it, because of course the right is as capable of this, as in fact more capable at the moment than the left is. But this is how change occurs. Not just expertise, but multiplicities of knowledge. Not just, as we've discussed, motivated by fear, but motivated by hope. And that's why there's so much effort to crushing hope out of us at the moment. When in fact, modernity has never been more unstable, and hope is more justified now than arguably ever. And not basing our interventions on authority, the assertion of authority, be it epistemic or religious, but on persuasion, like the old NGOs would do, again, often making mistakes, but saying, look at this, bearing witness, look at this. Do you think it's right? Appealing to one's own agency. So I hope I've demonstrated in ways that this session is asking about the links between thinking bigger but acting smaller. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Andy, for a really generative talk. It inspired lots of different thoughts in my mind. I'm looking forward to discussing those in a little bit. On our panel, Here I'm thinking of issues around agency as opposed to control, and especially identifying colonial modernity to that, how they shape dominant sustainability actions, truth versus certainty, but also the role of care as a counter-narrative to a lot of these. So yeah, when I think looking at how some of these have highlighted how entrenched nuclear interests, for example, shape global energy policies and security strategies, I think really brings the conversation nicely to thinking around issues of the impact on democracy, on energy debates, and so forth, which, you know, with our panel being around power shift, navigating big energy, and local solutions, I think it invites us to think about some of these global dynamics that intersect with local energy transitions, which is why we are very lucky to also have Laura Santos Ayon with us today. Laura is a PhD candidate at the University of Edinburgh and a postdoc research fellow based at the Scottish Government. The early career keynote is something we have been doing at Beyond Oil since 2023. Is that correct, Håvard? Last time? Yeah. And Laura was chosen from a very competitive list of nominees. And we are delighted that she accepted our offer to join us this week. Laura brings us closer to the ground level, exploring how communities like those in the Orkney Islands are navigating efforts in building just energy futures. This perspective invites us to consider, what does justice look like when energy transitions start locally? Laura?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the really kind introduction, and Andy for such a thought-provoking talk. I'm seeing so many parallels with the kinds of themes I'm going to be sharing shortly. And actually, we start our presentations with a very similar question, as you'll see shortly too. Thank you also for the invitation to the Center for Climate and Energy Transformation. It is a genuine privilege to be able to attend this conference and to be able to contribute to this really, really essential conversation about changing climate futures through some bottom-up perspectives on energy transitions in the Orkney Islands in Scotland, where my research has been taking place. This is the town of Stromness in Orkney, and when I was thinking about how to frame this talk and about the theme of the conference, I really started to think about three main questions, and the first one relates to this active verb of changing. I really like that the theme of this conference was around changing climate futures, but linking up to how Andy started his presentation, actually, are we changing futures? Are we changing realities as we move forward? And if so, what are we changing them away from? Are we changing them away from these projected dystopias that we are seeing in graphs and discourses and climate risks? Are we changing them away from the ways in which we live today? And what are the interrelations between these things? And I think different actors would give very different answers to that, and maybe some haven't thought that much about it in such specific terms. But then the next question that comes to mind, which is, I find perhaps the most challenging one, is what are we changing climate futures to? And we've talked a lot about hope and dystopias and utopias, and there was a really fantastic session yesterday about actionable hope. But to be honest, I find that lately it's quite tricky to imagine realistic utopias that actually seem within grasp, right? That we can actively move towards. And we see this a lot in politics, actually, in progressive politics, where there's a really big focus on mitigating the bad. But then if we're only focusing on mitigating the bad, we don't know what the good that we're trying to head towards, which is why this, despite my apparent pessimism, was a big part of my research. I really wanted to dig into what positive, realistic utopias could look like. And then the third question that comes to mind is around who is making these climate futures, right? Because futures are being made all the time. We're making them in this room. Right now, they're made when an energy developer puts out a press release about a potential project. They're made by IPCC reports and graphs and publications and government targets. But actually, at the most granular level, futures will happen in place. and they will unfold in different places all over the world. And whilst all of these transitions and futures are multiscalar, they're globalized, they span space and time, they will develop in local places. Which is why, for the remainder of this conference, Andy stepped out to step in. I'm going to dive straight into place, and I will introduce you first to the Orkney Islands in Scotland, which is the context where this research took place, to then dive into collectively developed visions of unjust energy futures and just energy futures for Orkney. These visions were developed through collaborative workshops in different islands in the archipelago and interviews with many, many local actors using a methodology we termed justice by design, which I won't dwell on at the moment, but I'd be happy to talk to in the panel after. And after delving into these futures and these visions, which for themselves already speak wonders about the types of worlds that could be coming through the energy transition, beyond oil, I will add, I'll open up a few reflections drawing on the visions of just energy futures that can hopefully also guide some of the reflection afterwards. So, where and who and what are the Orkney Islands? Well, the Orkney Islands are an archipelago off the north coast of Scotland. Actually, I think about 490 kilometers away from Bergen. Exactly, I think a sign on a mountain here says that somewhere. And it's an archipelago with about 70 islands, 20 of which are inhabited, with around 22,000 people in total. And the population in Orkney is spread all the way across the archipelago from the most northerly island all the way to the south. And the islands you see in orange on the screen are the islands where my workshops took place. So we've got the island of Westray, the island of Edy, the island of Flodda, and then on the bottom left, on the west, we've got the town of Stromness, which has 2,000 people. It's the second largest town in the archipelago, and it's also where I've been living for the last 5 years. And the Orkney Islands, from an energy angle, are really interesting and exciting, and really a place filled with contrast, because Orkney has abundant renewable energy resources, constant wind, constant winds, and some of the strongest tidal flow in the world. And actually, this has also led to a lot of renewable energy adoption, a lot quicker than in other parts of the world, and definitely in the UK. So that since 2013, Orkney has been exporting renewable energy produced locally to the UK grid, so above our electricity demand. But this doesn't mean that Orkney is a net zero archipelago in any way. We have one of the highest carbon footprints per capita in the UK, and this is because our heating needs are covered by imported solid fuel, whether it's oil for oil tanks, gas canisters, and even in some cases coal. And also because we depend on ferries and flights to connect to the rest of the UK, to the rest of Scotland, to the rest of the world, right? So we have a very high carbon footprint based on really hard to decarbonize sectors. We also have high levels of energy innovation at a very individual level, with a lot of prosumerism, a lot of household adoption of solar and micro wind turbines on farms, but also a lot of social energy innovation, with a lot of communities coming together into organizations, third sector, not-for-profit organizations called development trusts in the UK, to purchase community wind turbines and set up community wind farms that then redistribute the benefit locally. We also have a more formalized energy innovation industry or cluster in Orkney, made up of third sector organizations, of academic partners, of often with collaboration from local authorities. And these organizations are collaborating, public and private sector, on decarbonization and island decarbonization. Now, this ranges from testing wave and tidal energy devices, which are emerging energy technologies off the coast of Orkney, to producing hydrogen across islands, to decarbonizing ferries. So all of this is happening in the Orkney Islands as well. And you'd think with such a happy renewable energy story that we would all be just bathing in renewable electricity, but actually the stark reality in place is quite different. Because although there is a lot of energy in Orkney, there's also a lot of energy insecurity. Now, this materializes in the shape of blackouts due to lack of grid resilience, for instance, when there's storms, or storms not allowing the boat to come in, for instance, which means we can't get petrol for our oil tanks or our cars. And it also really materializes in the daily life of about 30% of the population in Orkney that live in fuel poverty. So this means people that cannot afford to heat their home to a healthy standard or have to choose between heating and other basic needs like eating. And this has been pervasive in Orkney for many, many years, and the number doesn't seem to go down. But Orkney isn't just about energy, right? It's a place that's alive. It's alive with ecosystems, from seal pups to migrating whales and dolphins to seagrass to heather to bird life. It's also alive culturally, from the Orcadian dialect that still today is written in poetry and folklore and literature, through to artistic traditions. If you're interested in music, highly recommend the Blues Festival and the Folk Festival in Orkney. But spread all across the archipelago, there's archaeological sites. Some of the best preserved Neolithic sites in Western Europe are in Orkney, and of course that brings together a community of practice around archaeology, an industry, a lot of attraction. But to me, it also tells us that people have, to quote a local poet, been working the land and fishing the sea in Orkney for about 5,000 years, if not more. And so this is the place that is in so many imaginaries of energy transitions at Scottish and UK levels, and even international levels, because of some of the world-leading innovation that's happening here. And you can imagine the many ways in which it could be placed. But what are Orkney's visions of their energy futures locally, right? This is what was really interesting me. What do people imagine for their energy futures instead? Unjust energy futures in the Orkney Islands were characterized by direct top-down imposition of decision-making by current institutions making energy decisions, which people characterized as being basically governments and multinational corporations. The full renewable energy potential of Orkney would be completely exploited. And this would mean the entirety of the land being covered in large-scale onshore and offshore wind, large-scale green hydrogen production plants, offshore tidal, and all of this energy would be produced and piped and cabled through to the rest of Scotland, the UK, and Europe as well. All the while, this would be justified on the basis of the UK meeting its net zero targets, being responsible in the fight against climate change, and meeting ever-increasing demand in ever-growing cities elsewhere. People in Orkney, in the meantime, would continue to suffer from blackouts because grid resilience would be extremely low, or even some people imagined actual energy to Orkney being cut off because of interest further south. And people would continuously live in fuel poverty, unable to afford their energy, whilst companies would continue to make record-breaking profits. Participants discussed how the local population would leave. A big part of the Orcadian identity, which is deeply rooted, is about being able to participate and make changes and make choices, and they would be totally disenfranchised by this future. But people would also leave because of this drastic change to place and to environment. Participants imagined cetaceans, whales and dolphins washing up from the vibrations of the electromagnetic waves, and the entire environmental ecosystem and thriving reality of Orkney would be shattered. Ultimately, using participants' words directly, Orkney would be sacrificed for green energy. It would turn into the UK's green energy factory. Its socio-ecological identity would be lost. Thousands of years of socio-ecological identity lost for green energy production. Three key things to note here are that these visions across workshops were extremely clear. People knew exactly what these futures could look like. They had a complete idea of what they would be. They were also described as a perpetuation and exponential worsening of the reality we have today, right? So the infrastructures, the institutions, the ways in which we would get to this future, people felt are already in place. It would just get extensively worse. And they were shared across workshops. Now, islands in Orkney have some similarities, but lives and populations and cultures are also quite different. The dynamics, the realities, the experiences within Orkney. And yet all of these visions were shared across these 4 workshops. the final point to note is that this is technically a vision beyond oil, right? This is an energy future beyond oil, you could argue, or perhaps is it? Maybe that's something we can talk about in the panel. So on to more happier, perhaps hopeful things, right? What did just energy futures look like in Orkney? Well, in the same way that unjust futures were so clear, just energy futures were a lot more open-ended. They were less exact, but different participants focused on different things, different priorities, but we can still tease out a few really key shared points across workshops. The first point was around local agency. Agency was grounding the entirety of Just Futures across all workshops, even across interviews. Everyone cared about agency, and this was defined as the ability to make decisions about Orkney's energy future, but also to be directly involved in the production and distribution of energy. This was crucial for Orkney, but then participants extrapolated this to their visions of Just Futures worldwide, and they imagined communities, small communities, tight-knit communities with direct control over their resources, making decisions about resources in their territorial proximity, and then trading responsibly across the world. In Just Energy Futures, the energy system would be decentralized. There was a really clear association that distributed energy production produced locally should be consumed locally too. And this was partly from a distributional justice angle. It was felt really strongly that this was key, but also because of this really important notion of energy security in Orkney, which to people in Orkney meant having direct control in territorial proximity of your energy supply, but also having that control entailed that they would also be able to control the price. They would be able to ensure affordability for everyone. Now, despite this appeal of locally produced, locally consumed, limited energy, there was also a recognition that energy is a basic need, and that there are people all over the rest of Scotland, the UK, the world that can't meet their energy needs and can't produce their own. So there was a compromise, and people agreed to produce some excess energy for climate mitigation to meet needs. But the foundational premise of this was that energy was non-profiteering. Energy as a non-profiteering venture was extensively shared across workshops. It felt unjust that energy was produced for profit. Instead, it would be produced to meet needs, and any wealth created from energy production would be redistributed to invest in environmental restoration and redistributed across community needs. In terms of how people would live in Orkney, there were different varieties of these futures. Some people in a few different workshops spoke about simpler living. They spoke about living happily with less, those who can. And in other parts, we spoke more about redistribution, and there was less of a sense of exactly how people would live. But the sense was that everyone would have more time to collaborate, more time to share knowledge, more time to discuss and to make decisions. And this was shared across workshops and resonates a lot, I think, from the very beginning of this conference and the documentary we watched only a couple of days ago. The other element was this notion of a changed relationship with local environments, a sense that people would be closer to nature, people would grow up having more understanding of their natural environment and a sense of responsibility. And all of these elements actually lead me to this conclusion that energy production in these visions was capped at Orkney's social and ecological limits. Now, this might seem quite an obvious proposition, but it's not in any way how energy transitions and futures are imagined and designed at the moment when we see targets of gigawatts of energy production in the UK, and this, for instance, is what's determining pathways. So drawing on these insights and on these futures, I'd like to open up a few final reflections that maybe we can then continue to explore. And just to note, these illustrations were compiled by Cassandra Harrison, an illustrator based in Edinburgh, after I had pulled together the results and the discussion from this research. So we worked collaboratively to try to use art and illustration as another way to convey energy futures. The first reflection I'd like to open up to the room, speaks directly to the theme of this session, and is around what these visions entail for power, governance, responsibility, democratization, agency. This appeal for agency in Orkney. Now, often I research in the energy justice, just transitions field, and when we talk about decision-making, deliberation, inclusive participation, transparency, these are all pillars of procedural justice, right? The process is just. But actually in these visions, agency went far beyond that because it was about the outcomes as well. So participants in Orkney genuinely believed and defended that if they were making the decisions, the outcomes of these energy choices, of these energy transitions, would be more ethical and more sustainable, both locally and globally as well. And I think this opens up lots of different questions, many of which have been touched on throughout the conference. And the first one is around what these appeals are rooted in, right? And it became clear that there was a deep sense of mistrust, mainly in institutions currently making energy decisions, such as participants spoke about national governments and they spoke about multinational corporations, large-scale private companies. But also there was a real desire to take ownership of their energy transition, to have that collective responsibility and to be able to have the space to explore that agency. So one of the questions that comes to mind from this is, how and why have our institutions failed us, or at least failed Orkney in our democratic Western governed societies, right? And perhaps some of what Andy was referring to around politics and mistrust and different motives starts to get to some of those answers. And the other question is, what do these appeals for agency imply for how we actually govern our societies and energy futures more broadly, for our democratic relations and democratic governance infrastructures? I'll speak to the economic dynamics in these visions of futures because it's also an overriding theme of this conference. What were the economic dynamics in this vision of a just energy future? Are they post-capitalist? Are they post-growth? This is not how participants actively described their futures when they were pulling ideas together and reflecting on what these would look like. They were just talking about how people would live and relate and what felt right and what felt wrong. They were actively critical of capitalism when they were discussing injustice, and they were actively critical of profit. So at least in the energy sense, we have a rejection of profiteering, we have produce energy based on need, and we have this clear redistributive angle, right? Anything that is produced from energy will be redistributed. If it's energy, it's redistributed and it is made available to everyone affordably. If it is wealth, it is redistributed into people and planet. Some of the questions that come to mind, the really basic one is, what are these dynamics an example of? What kind of economic systems are at play in these visions of just futures? But then the next question, perhaps linking to the end of Andy's talk, is, does it matter before we start to implement them, test things out, see how things are working, start moving in that direction? Are they just about energy? Or if we'd had a deeper conversation in that workshop about these economic dynamics, they would have maybe perhaps been applied to other aspects of our economy as well, or maybe not. Maybe they were just about energy. Is making these types of changes in the energy sector and in relation to energy, could this have a knock-on effect into other parts of our economy and the ways in which we relate, given the role of energy in our modern societies? The other question that I'd like to bring forward on this is around this notion of private property of energy, right? And energy being this private thing, or energy being this shared thing in our territorial proximity that is to be distributed. And this is talked about as often in energy commons, or this idea of commoning, right? And this is something I'm really interested in, and this started to spark that thought, right? What would it mean to produce, to govern, to legislate energy as a commons, for instance? What would be the implications of that? But also, these were rooted in like direct territorial proximity, and we're trying to address crises that are global, that demand renewable energy production across the world. And there are temporal aspects here as well, right? What about the UK's historical, or Orkney's historical responsibility for emissions? And how does that come into the mix when we're thinking about these futures? The next reflection I'd like to open to the room brings the economic with the institutional and perhaps with the more infrastructural, right? How do we imagine and design and implement the infrastructures for our modern energy systems? And what does energy security mean within them? And this reflection really stemmed from this focus on energy security in Orkney. It was absolutely fundamental to justice. Energy security in modern energy systems is broadly defined as the uninterrupted meeting of demand or uninterrupted supply of energy at an affordable price. But what seemingly became clear through these visions is that the very infrastructures, institutions that we need to uphold that definition of modern energy security are the very infrastructures, institutions, and dynamics that featured in visions of unjust futures. So what does that mean? Do we need to choose? Does Orkney need to choose between energy security and having a just future, for instance? We also see that modern energy systems are failing to provide energy security to Orkney until now, definitely on the affordability front, right? And that energy security is perhaps a more normative concept than we originally believed. If we're starting to talk about energy security as energy independence and self-sufficiency, about nuclear production, when the economics don't quite add up, for example. So can rethinking energy security, or at least starting to think about what it means and questioning how we relate to energy security, lead to different energy pathways? How is this notion that we take to be true conditioning the ways in which we design our future energy systems? And I'd like to close with a quasi-methodological point or reflection, which is that these futures, which are extremely rich in detail, but also can provide us lots of insight, only a few questions of which I've opened up now, were developed through sitting down for over 5 hours with food and people and conversation and compromise and empathy across different perspectives. And they certainly don't have all the answers for Orkney or for anywhere else, but I do think they set up really clear visions of what injustice would be and what just futures could look like. And some of these have really practical implications that could be implementable already today, which to me just reiterates this point that whilst there's all of this technical and economic and techno-rational myth, perhaps, around energy transitions to an extent, energy transitions are actually an ethical issue. They are about the futures that we are going towards, how we want to live, how we want to relate to ourselves, what we want our lives to be like, how we want to relate to each other, how we want to relate to the ecosystems with which we co-inhabit the world, right? And so there is no technocratic expertise that can resolve this. But perhaps by reframing the starting point of how we look at energy transitions, maybe starting from place and from collective deliberation, we can start to get a little bit closer to what those realistic utopias might be. There was a fantastic quote this morning in the panel. I can't remember the name of the speaker, but she spoke about imagining alternatives that are not just scientific, but also rooted in culture and belonging. And perhaps these visions of just energy futures are a starting example of that. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for listening.
Amazing. Well, Laura, thank you so much for a really great talk. Amazing visuals. Thank you for taking us on that journey of both thoughts and visuals and talking about change and agency and power, the more than human dimensions, but also the kind of cultural and worlding events that are happening in Orkney and how they are, in a way, could be synergic, but perhaps more often than not intention with the energy politics and ontologies. We will start with a bit of a different setup where we will have Laura we'll have you ask Andy a question about his talk. That anything that came up to your mind based on the things that he said or brought up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the kind words, Shine, and thank you for that. I have so many questions and thoughts about the talk, but I had never really thought about modernity in that sense of the fallacy of control. And so I was wondering if you'd be happy to relate that a little bit to perhaps the just futures or unjust futures that I was sharing, and how that control fallacy can permeate different ways. Do you see that reflected? It's a bit of a mean question because I only just presented on the futures, but
yeah, well, it's a great question. No, I mean, at one level, I totally empathise with it and celebrate it. But then it's a personality defect on my part. I also wonder why, because it's values. It's drawing attention onto values, as you ended with very powerfully. So I think that's fantastic, because that's part of my little scheme on control and care. You know, caring is just acknowledging values. But ethical discourse tends to do to values exactly what science does, or policy science does, to the scientific evidence. It singularizes it.
Right.
In fact, I found ethicists among the least willing to acknowledge uncertainty in my own work, empirically eliciting. So going from values to justice and singularizing it, there's no get-out-of-jail-free card. If we use an ethics idiom of the kind that's used in policymaking anyway, we're then vulnerable to some of the forces I'm talking about, singularizing, treating it as self-evident. But that's not what these communities are doing, and we can't ever escape those forces. So I just basically celebrate it. There's always going to be, whatever we do, something to look out for. Everything has a downside. So again, I wonder what you might make of that. Did that feature in your discussions, that kind of coming up, that people were using it slightly like a hammer?
in terms of how the futures were developed.
What justice is.
Yeah.
Justice is this, that's it.
So that's a really interesting question, because I think those of us who, as scholars, work with the notion of justice actually really struggle to define it often, because the more you study it and the more you engage with different communities and people on it, the different ways it becomes defined. I think it was really, we didn't talk so much about defining justice in the workshops and the interviews, but it was more around how justice came to be, through which ways, through which mechanisms justice was perceived. So, for example, profiteering from energy was deemed an extreme injustice, whilst especially profiteering from energy being produced in Orkney, where there's plenty of people who can't afford their energy costs, was deemed an even greater injustice. Right. And then we take that back as scholars and we look at it, and I see a distributional injustice, because you've got the costs of energy production here and the benefits, or some of the benefits, being taken elsewhere. And that's where we perhaps start to name things. Right. But maybe in the real world, like you're saying, everything is a lot more relational, a lot more fluid, and a lot more about the experiences that we're having.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to ask you to also ask Laura a question, but I'm glad that organically came up. So
there's plenty of it. I mean, they're so rich. There's plenty of others, but that,
keep this going. Andy, one of the things that Laura mentioned was this idea of energy as a common. And we can kind of think about energy as a common as one of many different ontologies of energy. There are myriad examples all over the world of how people relate to energy, and it could be in different forms. And when we talk about energy, it's often in the more thermodynamics and physics and kind of industrial use of the term as used fuel. Do you think this, I mean, there's a deeper epistemological and ontological dimension to it, and do you think there is a way to actually embrace and expand on these alternatives within colonial modernity? Or do we need to confront colonial modernity more broadly?
Well, we don't ever do one thing. We don't ever, I mean, that's part of the, we don't ever need to just do one thing. I don't know about anyone else, but not only do I do different things, they're also quite, only I know quite how badly inconsistent they are. So paradoxes and tensions, you know, we don't have to be, we're not performing like a senior scientist, justifying everything as if it's a single coherent whole. We just engage in a relational, contextual way. And so, yeah, you need to be accountable for inconsistencies, and be challenged. But so therefore, since we don't need to do one thing, I think that the energy commoning is a really powerful idea. It was great you picked it up. I just saw it. It's only a recently emerging thing, I think, isn't it?
I think so. It might have been around for years, but I've only come across it.
Well, I've only seen it recently as well, and thought, I must find out more about that, because I think it's deeply challenging. Not because it means one single thing, which is analytically. I mean, it operates normatively and politically, because there is no commons that didn't have an infrastructure. So the fact of energy having infrastructures doesn't mean it can't be a commons. You have roads to your fields. So, infrastructures. So I think that's quite challenging in itself, but also, so that's normatively. Analytically, I think it's because all commons, there's a sort of, in the spirit of the pluriversal critique, going back to your point about coloniality, of colonial modernity, there are multiple worlds in play. We only see some of them. So in some of the worlds that are actually in play, and I mean, anarchism has got a tradition of seeing this, but the world isn't like we think it is anyway. The energy is a commons. It's only because we have subscribed to storylines, the energy is available to all of us. We could do insulation, for instance, much more than we do. There's no one stopping us, but we don't because of barriers which are only partly material, also in our imaginations, especially in a country like the UK. So it's also analytically a commoning. Actually, don't just wait for someone to give you a commons. Make your commons. Because they're already there, just bring them into being as well. So I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, thanks. I think this also perhaps transitions us nicely into thinking about another thing you brought up earlier about counter-narratives. And one of the things that you brought up was care, I think. Other ones would be dignity and so forth. And Lara, I know a lot of your work and thinking has been around energy justice. And I know part of the critique that is, I guess, people who do energy justice research are confronted is that, in a way, is it that when we do energy justice, and also connecting to one of your questions, is what we are doing still continuation of extractivism, but on a more egalitarian term, still within kind of expanding the extractive frontiers of modernity? Or do you think that energy justice actually has a more transformative capacity within it to move us to a different paradigm?
That's a great question and a really difficult one. And my cop-out could be that I did my research in a Western context. So there's no issue there, but I won't take that card. I think what Andy said about things happening at the same time and all of us doing different things at the same time and there being a lack of everything isn't neat and tidy and structured, right? Really resonates with what change actually is, and it's completely different to when we see graphs and trajectories and like tipping point graphs and all these different things, and it doesn't mean that those moments don't exist, and I will get to the point on energy justice in a second. But that is not the way reality actually works, right? And in these workshops, you could see contradictions and you could basically see fluctuating ontologies, right? So for instance, this idea of energy for profit, questioning that profit is the essential objective of businesses because it is the rational way to make best use of scarce resources. That is an ontological truth that was deeply questioned by these workshops, but then people didn't question private property. Right? So you start to see how these different things happen. And I think with energy justice, there is a little bit of the same. So I think it is one of many tools and one of many lenses to engage in these quite challenging questions about what futures we want to head towards and starting to open up this really Pandora's box that is energy in all of these different ways. But it is rooted in Western philosophy in many ways, and there are heavily individualist notions in these liberal philosophies, for instance, and we've talked about individualism in relation to consumerism and the tensions of that, and it's about how you operationalize it and how you then let whatever context you are exploring through a lens like energy justice speak back to you, challenge the very notion of, in this case, the academic framework that you're using or that I was using. And I think if as a researcher, we make those spaces available, then these can be tools of disruption, perhaps whilst also being tools of modernity in this constant struggle for change.
Great, thanks for that. I think thinking through both of your talks and some of the conversations you've had up here, Andy worked to kind of critique and showcase and work through the global hegemonic structures and situating especially nuclear energy in that context as a case to show how it empirically works out, and also Laura showing how local communities can create alternatives and navigate justice. Something you didn't say, but I was thinking in my mind is kind of how alternatives already do exist. But I guess together in a way they frame the tensions between big energy systems and local agencies, and perhaps questions around synergies and such as well between them. So I think on that note, I will open up the room to get some questions from the audience. What questions do you have about the interplay between some of these tensions and synergies? We have, a question in the back. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And question to you.
I think the microphone is...
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for the presentations. And I just had a question about, with the just and unjust futures that you're exploring in the Orkneys, and the deliberative process you undertook to get to those, as far as what you liked about that, what was doing the work there for you? Was it the fact that it was deliberative, or was it the fact that they came up with these conclusions that you thought were attractive? Because the thing is that, when you have a deliberative process, people come up with all sorts of things. So there's a community in Australia where I live that rejected community batteries because they thought they'd make the town burn down, for instance. And so when you have things like that, are you prepared to sort of say that communities are wrong, for instance? Perhaps you wouldn't enforce that. And this sort of leads me to a sort of more general question, partly to Andy. There just seems to be I'm a little bit sort of dissatisfied with this talk of ethics. I'm a philosopher, by the way, because you're sort of picturing it as there's this plurality, truth is not singular, and so on. Well, yes and no. I mean, the difference between ethics and an opinion poll is that with an ethical claim, you need an argument. Right? You can't, it's not true just because people believe it. All right? And if that's true, you require an argument, then you can rule things in and out. Okay? It's not such a disaster to do that. So,
yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Andy, perhaps you can start with you and then go to...
Yeah.
Or?
Oh, did you say Laura?
Yeah, we can start with you with the second question.
Yeah. Thanks. Yes, things can be ruled in or out under a perspective. So there's nothing about acknowledging the plurality of truth or what counts as ethics, which stops us recognizing that the frame that allows you to rule in or out is conditional, and that we should be arguing about different conditions, just as we would about different views in a room on something that really is there. So there's nothing in what I say that's challenging to the ability. I'm passionate, as I guess, I'm probably a defect of being overly passionate about those things I'm committed to, and I'll, go to prison. But that doesn't mean I don't acknowledge that someone with an opposing view might not have a condition for arguing something different from mine. So I don't know what it is. I think that's the force of colonial modernity. It's forcing us out of this convivial respect into this notion that whatever I need singularity to be justified, whether it's scientifically or ethically. So I don't know if I've got your point there, but I don't see them as in contradiction at all. That the plurality comes from having a respect for our fellow beings and just being interested in what they also think. Doesn't mean you have to compromise on your own commitments. You're just interested in other commitments and what they reveal. You can still argue against them. You can still passionately campaign against them. But you're just not forcing a singularity onto it. And that, for me, is also how the real world actually is. It is manifestly like that. Every articulation of an ethical, normative, or ontological commitment is conditional on the relations under which it's asserted, to put it in philosophical terms.
So would you say it's, in a way, making space for different ontologies and epistemologies to exist in a plural world, even if you don't necessarily agree with.
It would, but it just means be as accountable for the basis, and science does this, by the way. Ideally, it doesn't do it perfectly, but science is a institutionalization of giving the methodological, theoretical conditions under which a finding can make sense. So science has actually developed all kinds of very sophisticated and respect-worthy practices and institutions for doing just that, even though it's often articulated as if it didn't have those conditions. So I'm just saying, be as accountable and as rigorous about the conditions as about the assertion of what comes from those conditions. And then move on with it in a much more reflexive and respectful way, and it doesn't erode an ability to take a position.
Thanks, Andy. Lara?
Yeah. Thank you, yeah, and actually that flows on quite well. I've had a bit of time to reflect about your question, which is a really hard question, and for anyone who's done stakeholder engagement or community workshops, or the question is, but what if this community comes up with the wrong thing, right? Like, what do? Do you just say, okay, go ahead, do it? And there is already an implicit assumption there that there is a right way, right? And I would start by challenging that constructively. I mean, there can be better or worse choices depending on where we're trying to get to, but there isn't always the exact right or wrong way. I think in terms of the actual process, in my experience doing this, it was as much about the deliberation, because I think that is a generative process where people come together in spaces to think. A lot of people said to me that it was a very cathartic experience, that they hadn't had time to really sit around a table and think about these things for so long. And the workshops were purposefully long. There was a lot of food made available because people were with me for about 5.5 hours in small groups. But that made space for a lot of reflection, for a lot of empathy, for different perspectives being put forward. So I do think it is also about that. But going back to this community that rejected batteries, for instance, sometimes there are technical things that don't work, right? Or there are technical things we know, or specific from different perspectives of science that, well, a car can't fly right now. Like, that is not something that works. But something I learned in this research, because we were talking a lot about emerging technologies in these futures, because they are being tested in Orkney, so they featured in a lot of these visions, right? Green hydrogen production, hydrogen-fueled cars, tidal and wave energy. And everybody spoke about having micro green hydrogen production plants in their vicinity, in their islands, so that they could have this containable energy source for energy security, because this was super important. Then I spoke to some industry people working with hydrogen. They were like, look, hydrogen is mad to control. Like, having micro hydrogen production plants next to every single house would just be unfeasible from a security perspective, from a safety perspective, from an economic perspective. But what was the underpinning appeal of these micro hydrogen production plants? It was energy security. It was having a containable energy source. So while the technical or the economic element of hydrogen in these futures was perhaps not technically feasible or wrong, the underpinning appeal of what mattered in that future was there, right? And so sometimes I think we can still learn from these visions in so many ways about what matters to people in energy systems, even if the technicalities aren't, say, scientifically accurate. And that was a big learning for me, something I picked up during this research as well.
Thanks, Lara. We have 2 questions that we have in the front. I'll take both of them, and then we'll have 5 minutes to reflect on both. You can start with you, Naomi.
Thank you both for great talks. I have a comment and a question. The comment's mostly for Lara, and the question's mostly for Andy, and I'll try to keep them focused. So the comment is, I loved your talk. I thought it was super interesting, but it made me think about something as a historian, which is, I think we sometimes make the mistake of thinking, because the climate challenge is unique and unprecedented, that history doesn't give us any resources for thinking about it, and I think that's really wrong. And so I just wanted to give you one example. So when I was talking yesterday about NELA, the National Electric Light Association, I didn't have time to give the background to it, but that propaganda campaign was mostly a response to a proposal for an energy commons. Not too different from what you're talking about. 100 years ago, 1920s, Gifford Pinchot, who's mostly known to environmentalists as the founder of the US Forest Service. But before he founded the US Forest Service, he was the governor of Pennsylvania. And he proposed a plan called Giant Power to create an energy commons to ensure the equitable distribution of electricity in the state of Pennsylvania. And we write about this in chapter 2 of our book. So you might want to look at that just as a kind of a historical example where people were grappling with a similar kind of question 100 years ago. And also to note, though, that that campaign triggered this massive disinformation campaign. And it's one of the things I think we have to think about when we think about community-based solutions bottom up, is that if they threatened the existing power structures, they will trigger reactions. And we don't always think through the connection between the sort of things that I work on and the sort of things that you work on, but of course they aren't connected. And that leads to my question for you. So loved your talk, totally agree with just about everything, including for sure the argument about structural power and structural ignorance. And because I tend to drill down and work on particular actors, because that's just what I do, it doesn't mean that I'm not totally in support of also thinking through the bigger theoretical questions about structural power. But it does raise, I think, a practical question in practice, which is, how do we get out of it, since, as you rightly point out, we're in it? And I think there are certain things that are easy to do. Like, I will never debate a climate denier, because then I'm in his framework right from the get-go. So I won't do that. But when I talk to people at the IPCC and they start giving me a story about why they have to include carbon capture in the scenarios, because we don't do that, there's no way to achieve 1.5, then I feel like it gets trickier, because I want to be engaged in a conversation with those people. And yet I agree with you that they are working under a framework that I think is actually incorrect. So I'll leave it there and let the other questioner give you a question.
Thank you. If you could keep it short, that'd be great. Thank you.
No, just a thought that occurred to me to stimulate that I'd be interested in your views. Just some parallels I saw between your talks. I mean, Andy, you're talking about sort of the sense of control, almost as something pathological, something that a desire for control can set us on some very negative pathways. And the same thought struck me when you were talking about this kind of desire for complete energy security, in the kind of sense that you talk about as something that is probably not, it's not realistic, but the pursuit of it can set you in some very negative places. Whereas on the other side of it, Andy, you were talking about as the kind of the other side, the other end of the spectrum, perhaps being, you know, you were talking about things being small and growing up from something small, which I imagine you're envisaging something that's in opposition to a monolithic, holistic idea of a controlling human government, and your kind of notions of the community development, a kind of, you know, sort of growing up energy based on not just a desire for, well, you know, more a desire for values, you know, in pursuit of values and of the sense of the importance of community as something that was perhaps something that might sort of fit into your vision of the, you know, of a different approach, one that isn't pursuing, you know, completely closing off risk. So that I might have, you know, well, obviously I am, you know, extracting little bits from your talk and trying to find some, but I'd be interested in if you could talk about that.
Great comment. Yeah, thank you for that as well. We'll do 1 minute each. Easy. You can answer both questions, comments, and final thoughts.
Who first?
Laura, we can start with you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start. Just a quick response to Naomi, because absolutely, I think learning from history and as we look into the future is so important. And that is across time, but also across space, right? Like things that have happened in the States that are a strong learning for places trying to think about the commons. In the workshops, people did talk about going back to the past. So there was this one phrase that was, let's not just replace one industrial revolution with another, which I thought was quite telling. So just because I didn't bring that up in my talk doesn't mean it's not in people's minds as well when we're thinking about futures from a different perspective in the energy transition. In quick response to the points you were bringing up, I hope I managed to address some of them. In terms of energy security, it is a notion that is, I find, extremely controlling of our energy transitions. I don't think it shouldn't be. I just think we're not really critically engaging with it at all and what it means. And this kind of energy trilemma has determined how we make energy systems forever, right? But we've never questioned the normativity underpinning that. And in terms of the small solutions to the big problems, I do think that the reality in Orkney and these visions speak to what Andy was talking about and what you so rightly pointed out. But it is also not the same everywhere, and it's a lot more complex, right? So there are community energy, this kind of local agency we produce for ourselves. Not every community, not every group, even the word community is problematic in itself, right? Like, not everyone wants to do that. There is now like a campaign in Scotland where there is a lot of promotion of community energy, where people say, why do we need to own to benefit, right? So then it does get a bit more complex, but I do think that from grassroots solutions and engagements, we can perhaps start to tackle the bigger issues. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you. Not possible to do justice to those. Let's talk about them maybe over beer as well. But so on the pathologizing control, I want to really emphasize something I tried to say, but I can see how it come out. The left-hand side of my final slide, I wasn't saying boo there and hooray to the right. I'm saying we live in a society that's massively overplaying the left, such that it's like it's got a hammer, and modernity treats everything as something to be hit by the control hammer, including people who might be critical of modernity. They still unintentionally do that. But there are places where I would defend it, and I actually said at the beginning, I'm actually hugely formatively shaped by, for instance, democracy is an ideology, is a civilizing hypocrisy. You know, of course, it's democracy, the ability to challenge power is not in existence, and arguably is constantly a struggle, never an outcome. But the struggle is massively important, and the struggle needs the idea of the aspiration. So, absolutely, I'm not pathologizing control. I'm pathologizing the metastasizing of the control imaginary and the institutionalization of it, and the private domain. Everything, the care is, and other forms of agency are knocked into the private domain. So that's what I'm trying to say there. And a part of that is, you know, thinking that there's a scale, that everything's layered like a colonial administration, that the world is made of local scale and big scale. And then you have to have institutions to do it with. The world isn't made of those scales. Empires are, but the world isn't. It's rhizomic. There are intimate connections at every level. And that's why, you know, history and politics are so interesting. And Naomi's point, great point again. For what it's worth, and I don't claim to be, I would refuse to debate. Refusal is an important tactic, but it comes from the dynamics of murmuration I talked about, that to commit oneself to never doing something as a blank. I mean, I've taken funding from the nuclear industry for my work on nuclear. There's a whole long story there and another beer, I hope. But the point is, and of course I know this is a slippery slope, but these things are not monolithic, and sometimes when we are subaltern, when we're at counterpower, we don't choose the grounds on which we struggle. That's everyday life. So just as we don't choose those grounds, sometimes you might perceive an opportunity for political judo, for Trojan horses. They don't always work, they often don't work. So therefore, there are situations in which I would do something similar to that, I think, if I felt I was being faithful to the values and commitments that I would back. And to do otherwise, one might say, is a difference between control and care. Caring for one's commitments rather than trying to control is a little bit like that, I think. So I probably missed the point, but that would be why I wouldn't make a blanket refusal.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Laura. Thank you all for being here. And sorry we don't have more time. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session on regional transitions. We'll have 5 presentations, and could I see who the speakers are? I think I'm still missing. Are you Branko Ancic? Yeah. Nice, thank you. And do we have Ben as well? Thank you. Okay, great. So we have 5 presentations. I think you're used to the format now. We'll have 5 short presentations of 8 minutes, and then a discussion, several discussions scattered in the room. So first we'll have Branko Ancic on a presentation called Towards a Just Energy Transition, Lessons from the European Semi-Periphery. Then we'll have Marielle Kivel on a presentation called We Have an Energy Deficit and No Solar Energy Can Fill It, a return to nuclear politics in Kazakhstan. Then Ben will tell us, Ben, I'll try to say your name, feel free to correct me, Ben Mune Esban Museli. Mune Esban Museli. Public officials' imaginary of Fula hydropower project in South Sudan. Then Daria Shapovalova. On Aberdeen after oil, regional just transition planning for the northeast of Scotland. And finally, we'll have Shahrayu Shejale on the political and the practical cooling practices in urban India. So we'll start with you, Branko, and I'll give you some time signs.
Oh, is there? Okay. Hi. So my name is Branko. I come from semi-periphery, which is located in Croatia, but not only Croatia. Has anybody been in Croatia before? Oh, perfect. Lots of people. That's great. So I use this next and back, right? Yeah. That's okay. So before I start, so this is part of the paper that we wrote in 2023. So it was a group of electrical engineers and a couple of us sociologists. So it was interdisciplinary. And I have to say we've spoke different discourses, but at the end we spoke the same kind of discourse and we had very strong mutual understanding after that project. I will, of course, start from the sociological perspective. And although I have a feeling that maybe I don't have to say this kind of stuff at a conference like this, I still think that we need to repeat in every opportunity, in every occasion, that we are currently at the present historical moment as a global society in a state of climate emergency, that we need rapid decarbonization. And the societies have to move quickly away from dependence on fossil fuels. While at the same time, we have the unsustainable production and use of energy, which is deeply embedded in the economic, cultural, political, and material infrastructure of societies. So the entire system is completely dependent on fossil fuels, and we need a profound transformation, or, to better say, it requires a radical change of the economic system, of social infrastructure, and the way how we live. So the problem of the energy sector for years or for decades was that usually this kind of social science perspective was out of the picture. It was mostly engineers doing engineer stuff about the energy. And although for the last several decades we have social sciences and humanities speaking more and more about the energy, as such we are still not actively such part of all of the important political processes. Also we need, and I think that we've heard in previous keynoters before this session, a lot about the matter of power. And that access to energy is a contested issue which is intertwined with technological solutions and innovations and political system and also socio-cultural development pathways. But to develop a fruitful transitional approach which is designed for a new energy system, which should be with low-intensity impacts on the environment and social communities, we need, in addition to technical innovations and solutions, socio-political and socio-cultural innovations and solutions. And on some of those topics, we heard a lot during this day and a half. So this basically lies at the core of sustainability discourse. I will skip the theoretical approaches the sociology has in this field. But I would only like to underline that it's crucial to understand the current socio-technical regime, which is a configuration stabilized by internal social and economics logics, institutions, and technological structures. So such regimes are structured through knowledge, practices, policies, and investments, and they're very hard, there is a low opportunity possibility to change them. We've heard a lot about power in the previous session. I think that we need to repeat about those topics, and that's, I think, social science, specifically sociology, is good in that. We need visions, because point to power and agency issues and the gap between visions of new socio-technical systems and the reality of existence policy frameworks. And also, what some of the authors emphasize is the importance of collective and normative action. Often we have a feeling that we are speaking in terms of weak sustainability. We need stronger and more collective actions in that direction. So now about Croatia. Croatia is a former ex-communist, ex-socialist country. So now we have capitalism for the last 30 years. After the Second World War until the 1990s, we lived in the former Yugoslavia. I'm telling this because I have the feeling that lots of people maybe don't know about the history. I won't go further, but Yugoslavian experience of communism and socialism was not the same as the Russian or the Soviet bloc. So we had several very strong differences in that way. Croatia is dependent of importing energy as such. As you can see there, Croatia's energy self-sufficiency is around 50%. So 50% we have to import. We are rather good when we take European Union how they account the renewables. So when they take fuel wood combined with hydropower, and hydropower is the socialist infrastructure from the Second World War. And with renewables, we are doing rather well in terms of the primary energy production. But one of the resources that we have, since we are a Mediterranean country, is definitely sun. And when we take into account what's the level, and that's around between 2 and 3% for the last several years. When we compare Croatia to other European countries, we are doing worse, for instance, than Finland. I don't have to explain more about that. But something's changing, specifically something's changing since 2021. You can see, this is the yellow part, that citizens are becoming more active in solarization. So they're in a way powering the transition, but doing it without any, how to say, concrete or specific policies around it. It's more that people, probably because of the war in Ukraine and because photovoltaics became cheaper, started to participate more and more. This is the map of Croatia, so that's the Adriatic Sea, and basically those dots is the configuration of the Croatian territory. But those dots represent, so when it's yellow and when it's green, that's those people installing photovoltaics on their roofs. The red dots, that means more private investments, big companies. And this is the interesting map which the engineers gave us in the project, is because it shows that we have more people engaged in the continental part of Croatia, which doesn't have the Mediterranean climate and so many solar days. Well, in the Mediterranean, we see more of the red dots, so we still see more bigger investments happening there, and usually those are companies coming from Germany, Austria, Netherlands, and so on. So citizens are active, citizens are trying to do something out of it. And we know, in terms of the talk the talk and walk the walk, when we ask them in public opinion survey, which is like ISSP, so International Social Survey Program, from the model environment, we see that there is a strong inclination towards renewable, towards renewable energy transition. So we have in the society citizens that are in favor of that, citizens which are trying to make a change, but then we have some strong limitations. So one of the limitations is when you see we have only like 2 energy communities, basically only one is fully functional, while in Europe we have more than 10,000 of those kind of communities. One of the problems is that new legislation limits the opportunities for citizens to participate in the transition. So there is European directives which have been translated to the national legislation and done it poorly. And this lecture gave me some concepts to understand that is it a matter of ignorance or is it a matter of controlled fallacy? I would say both. And also that we have to speak about, while we speak about those kind of middle class or higher class people that are going to participate in those energy communities, that we have lots of people in the same society which are either energy vulnerable or energy poor. This is also the data from the ISSP, so the combined data from the ISSP. For the conclusion, we can skip the bulletins. So for the conclusion, I would just say that in the semi-periphery, the energy transition unfolds within a system of crony capitalism, where political businesses network capture green investments and public subsidies. I can speak more about it in the talk when the discussion will be. Because during the time when we were writing the article, there was lots of various political corruptional affairs happening within the sector of renewable, specifically wind energy. So such dynamics reproduce dependency on foreign capital and domestic clientelism, and therefore a just transition requires breaking these entrenched alliances and building transparent, citizen-driven models of energy governance. Thank you.
So now we can shift to a different post-socialist state. So I'm Mariel Kival. I'm a recent master's graduate from the University of Helsinki, and I'm an incoming PhD candidate at Illis-Metsosafik, the University of Greenland. So today I'll be discussing Kazakhstan's emerging turn toward nuclear energy as it shifts from being a question of decarbonization and technology to one of political aspirations and identity building. Thank you. Oh, that's so loud. My analysis draws on qualitative interview data that I collected for my master's research in summer 2024, as well as more recent developments following a public referendum on nuclear power. So Kazakhstan is often described as your classic petrostate, and its resource economy grew out of Soviet-era planning with industrial towns and state-centralized projects and companies. So while the state has pursued renewable energy targets and climate commitments, its system is still overwhelmingly rooted in fossil fuel. Coal really powers its domestic consumption, and oil and gas drive exports. So this hydrocarbon dependence has produced familiar vulnerability for us oil scholars, exposure to price fluctuations, dependence on foreign investment, and centralization of political power around extractive elites. And these are the conditions from which nuclear energy is emerging today, both this technological promise and a political instrument. So Kazakhstan's more recent visible commitments to diversifying its energy mix, such as setting targets for emission reduction and investing in solar and wind energy, have not really garnered a lot of faith with its citizens. Individuals I spoke with during my fieldwork, even those representing environmental NGOs, are largely viewing renewables as fragile and unreliable and definitely unable to meet Kazakhstan's growing energy needs. And so this skepticism towards renewables is being leveraged by the government to really promote nuclear as a much more stable and modern solution. But for Kazakhstan, nuclear is, and for most of us probably, not a neutral technology. It carries a heavy legacy of Semipalatinsk, which was a Soviet-era nuclear testing site in eastern Kazakhstan that has left enduring socio-ecological scars, as well as collective memory of Chernobyl, which continues to shape public fear and distrust. So in October 2024, Kazakhstan held a national referendum asking its citizens whether to proceed with nuclear power. So on paper, this is a democratic exercise, but of course, in practice, it followed familiar authoritarian playbook with reports of intimidation ahead of the vote. Activists were detained, and people were barred from speaking at or even attending public forums. So several of my interviewees, particularly environmental activists, were skeptical that the referendum was going to be held in good faith and anticipated that the votes would be manipulated. So, of course, the vote did pass, providing a sensible legitimization for nuclear development, but the question itself was very abstract, referring to just one unspecified plant. And today, the single idea has expanded into 3 proposed facilities, 1 with Russia's Rosatom and 2 with Chinese partners. So as we know, energy transitions are not just technical, but reshape landscapes and livelihoods. In my broader fieldwork, I observed growing frustration with around how land is allocated for energy projects. For example, residents near the Brnoye Solar Park, which is Kazakhstan's first and largest solar park, described losing access to agricultural and grazing land with little to no compensation. So while that example concerns solar energy, I think it speaks broadly to how Kazakhstan may be thinking of its future with nuclear. And it's these large-scale, centralized infrastructures that risk reproducing the same extractive logics as fossil fuels and, more recently, renewables, displacing people, enclosing land, and consolidating state control. So the first nuclear power plant is planned to sit on the shores of Lake Balkhash, which is Kazakhstan's largest freshwater body. And in addition to the ramifications of polluting a critical drinking water source, the plant again creates new security zones and will displace and damage livelihoods that depend on the lake's marine life. So as I mentioned, what began as one hypothetical power plant has now manifested as 3 planned facilities. And so I've been thinking about whether this pattern suggests that recent nuclear development is functioning as a recentralizing mechanism, where renewables started to introduce smaller and private actors into Kazakhstan's energy landscape. Nuclear is really returning control to the state and aligning with existing structures of authority and rent distribution. So in this sense, nuclear may be representing kind of a course correction, a way for the government and for the President Tokayev in particular to reclaim power over a sector that was beginning to diversify. It also serves as a classic performative project and a national achievement that really echoes how oil once symbolized Kazakhstan's independence and progress. Kazakhstan's nuclear turn also unfolds within a really complex geopolitical context. On one hand, it signals continuity and dependency on Russia and China for technology and financing, and extending these hierarchies of reliance. On the other hand, nuclear development is being framed as a maker of sovereignty, with Kazakhstan demonstrating that it has a choice between project partners, not only Russia and China, but also France and Korea. And it has also been arguing that nuclear will make use of its vast uranium resources, thus actually reducing external dependencies. So despite official enthusiasm, opposition to nuclear has been consistent. Anti-nuclear activism is being strategically framed in this authoritarian context, not really as anti-development, more as a demand for accountability, call for attention to environmental health and intergenerational justice. So far I've observed that organizations and activists so far tend to mainly focus on Kazakhstan's history and ensuring that the socio-ecological damages of the past in Semipalatinsk remain in living memory, rather than outright protesting specific planned projects. So to conclude, nuclear energy in Kazakhstan really exemplifies energy addition rather than transition, layering of new infrastructures atop existing ones without altering underlying political economy. It also reveals how decarbonization can coexist with recentralization as the state uses new energy technologies to reaffirm control rather than democratize access or redistribute power. So as the country moves forward with multiple nuclear partnerships, it remains to be seen whether Kazakhstan's energy future will reproduce old hierarchies or open space for genuine transformation. For now, the evidence suggests that Kazakhstan's nuclear turn is less of a departure from its petrostate past and present, and more of a continuation of it, just rebranded for the age of transition. Thank you.
Yes, now from Kazakhstan, we move to South Sudan, to Africa. I think this is the only case out of Europe probably also, but I think it's good. Yeah, I'm going to talk about, public officials' imaginaries of the fuller hydropower in South Sudan. I am Ben Mone, a PhD student at Norwegian University of Science and Technology. I have one research question here. How do public officials and political actors conceive of the imagined futures of fuller hydropower? Fuller hydropower is a hydropower that has been talked about in South Sudan for more than 50 years, but up to this time, it has not been developed. People have anticipated it, but it has not yet materialized. A bit of background, about, power conditions in South Sudan. In the capital, Juba, we have only, one power provider, a company that has monopolized, provision of electricity in the capital, Juba. And it is using, fuel generators, for producing this power. And the price or the electricity tariff is really very, very high. And it has made, many residents of the city not to access, this power. And that's what we talk about, we shall talk about as energy insecurity or energy poverty. And we say South Sudan is endowed with renewable energy sources such as hydropower, solar, and wind. But full hydropower has been planned for many years. According to NDP reports, hydropower has enormous potential to transform South Sudanese society. And that if really full hydropower is developed, then South Sudan will have enough energy that will be used, for industrial and for improving, the economy of the country. The theory that I've used here is technical imaginaries, shared vision of desirable futures that shape policies, and also technological development. And we have also energy justice that includes distributional recognition, procedural justice for ensuring fair and inclusive energy access. And we say by studying future imaginaries of full hydropower, we can understand, the public officials' experiences, of power problems in the capital city, Juba. I've interviewed about 18 public officials at the national level, and I use thematic analysis for identifying, analyzing, and also reporting patterns or themes within the data that I collected. Some of the findings are here for current energy injustices. Various injustices related to the current energy situation includes, for example, low affordability. High electricity bills have led households and small businesses to abandon the Ezra company. That's the only foreign private company that provides electricity in the capital, Juba, and the rest of the states have, power problems. One of the participants gave, the above quote that South Sudan is selling one of the most expensive electricity tariffs in East Africa. People cannot afford, though the demand is high. And recognition and justice, we have also expensive and unreliable electricity limits women household management. Maybe we shall have to talk about this later on in the groups. Economic participation and health maintenance opportunities. A female participant was able to give this quote. The electricity situation in this country is causing suffering to employed women. They cooked using charcoal and they shop daily for foodstuff because even if they have refrigerators, but due to lack of power, they cannot buy enough food to store in their own refrigerators. Despite the fact that, there are, energy problems, electricity is very it's not available to many of the citizens. It's still, the public officials imagine, futures with full hydropower, and that there will be distributive justice in the future imaginary. Officials expect hydropower to run factories and industries to reduce dependence on imports and create jobs, and that's what's happening in South Sudan right now. Our commodities are imported, from the neighboring countries. Why? Because we don't have industries, we don't have factories, for producing, commodities locally. And a participant gave a quote there: with power, South Sudan will develop very fast. We have fruits, which requires factories, but we don't have them. We have millers to produce maize flour. Unemployment wouldn't be a problem if we have also hydropower. And then for procedural justice, other officials emphasize the need for government-led planning and investment. Electricity needs to be prioritized in government policy because all these years, it has not been prioritized in the budget. And that's really happening. When our assembly discusses, the budget, for the year, you always don't hear them talking about, how to improve the energy system in the country. And that's a very big concern, to the citizens. The findings of this study reveal that public officials envision hydropower as a transformative solution capable of delivering affordable, reliable, and equitable energy. Hydropower imaginaries were linked to various broader social issues of health, education, employment. reflecting injustices of the current energy situation. So we say future research on socio-technical imaginaries should expand to include understudied non-Western perspective. Briefly, this is what I can present. Thank you all for listening.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Sorry, this is also late in the day. The 8-minute format works for me just now because I'm a very impatient listener here with me who will start booing me after 8 minutes. Anyway, but I come from just across, so we've traveled quite a lot, but now we are coming closer to Bergen, to the northeast of Scotland, which, if you remember the map of Orkney Islands, is just underneath the Orkney Islands. And my talk today asks what are the features and the challenges of just transition planning from fossil fuel production to whatever future we imagine beyond oil when we move from the national strategies to the regional scale. And the northeast of Scotland has long been shaped by this legacy of oil and gas production we started producing in early 1970s. And it's where this promise of a just transition is now meeting a lot of challenges in terms of practical delivery, planning, funding and coordination. And the talk is based on the report that we have prepared for the Just Transition Commission, which laid the basis for their recommendation to the Scottish Government, which in my personal humble opinion, the government has ignored slightly so far, and I'm hoping they take it on board a bit more. And I'm developing it now into more cross-comparative work with other areas around the world that are transitioning from oil and gas. But first, let's talk about the concept of regional planning itself. So what it means is where we're situating the decision-making for different sectors, such as transport and housing and energy, environment, democracy and participation at a specific strategic scale. But of course, what a region means will mean very different things in different places. Even when we started looking at the northeast of Scotland, we saw that the UK government and Scottish government have embraced and then pushed away this idea of a region and redrawn the boundaries around regional planning many, many times. Increasingly, we see countries using this approach for just transition planning because they recognize that the decarbonization has unequal impacts in different places. We see that really playing in practice now in the EU with their territorial just transition plans as well. So we studied regional planning in the UK and in other places, and we found that probably for a good regional planning, we need a number of elements and considerations that need to be in place. So first, a clear legal and policy basis creates legitimacy and accountability. Defined planning scale and responsibilities outlines the geographical scope, but also the authorities and agencies in place that could be held accountable. Connected to that, having a clear monitoring and evaluation framework with connected data on baselines and targets is really important. Inclusive engagement, again, increases the legitimacy. Having robust evidence base in both qualitative and quantitative data is important, as are strong guiding principles that we can turn to in case of a dispute or if we need to develop it further. And alignment with wider legal and policy frameworks at the regional and the national scale as well. So that's what we use to then assess how Scotland is doing in the northeast as well. So the feature of the northeast in Aberdeen, and this is our beautiful harbour up in Aberdeen, is that we, of course, talk about oil and gas jobs and skills when we talk about transition or just transition. And what we've seen over the years since our production for oil and gas has started to decline in 1999 is that, especially after the 2014-2015 oil price crash, the employment in the oil and gas sector in the UK, but heavily concentrated in Aberdeen and the northeast, has gone down significantly, and the jobs in the wider energy sector did not quite make up for it. And they continue to rise, but they're not rising fast enough to supplement for the loss of high-skilled jobs. And when we turn to surveys that have been done with the workers, a lot of oil and gas workers are actually considering either moving into oil and gas industry elsewhere or retiring before they can go and work in renewables. Often renewable energy firms prefer young graduates, less unionized, kind of more moldable employees as well. So this coupled with inequality, as can be seen from this map of Aberdeen from the index of multiple deprivation, so things like pay, education, crime rates, etc., is creating a lot of issues. And that's wider community impacts, but also the job aspect, because those that are in more precarious jobs, those that are in lower skilled jobs, have more troubles accessing the training that they need in order to transition. We do have just transition principles in Scottish climate legislation, but it was always the idea that then from these principles we will develop plans that will be practical, that would translate into specific issues that will be supported by funding, but that is not quite happening fast enough. We have one draft site-specific plan for the Grangemouth refinery that is supposed to be closing already. We have a regional fund for the North Eastern Moray that's been in operation for 3 years, but its architecture remains unclear, accountability in the plan remains unclear. The public bodies have trouble accessing the fund because it's almost all capital expenditure. So it's kind of millions going into the industry and a small percentage going to community groups for just transition participatory budgeting, but it's peanuts compared to what the fund actually is. The timelines to apply for that funding and to report on it are completely unrealistic, and any company that doesn't have kind of the cash flow and the human capital to deal with it is just impossible to apply and put it in place. So in the Northeast, we have multiple challenges. First, we don't know what the Northeast is. Sometimes it's defined as Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire. For the fund, Moray, which is that area up on the top, has been added into the plan as well. Most of the employment in oil and gas is concentrated in Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire, so there's no clarity of what the Northeast means. We have no plan or no vision to evaluate the performance of the fund against. We do not have any promises or timelines from the government to actually develop that plan or vision. The Just Transition Commission, which is an independent advisory body, has visited the Northeast, and they have produced this report, and they have engaged with both the industry and the third sector and the workers and the communities, but the Scottish Government is not really committing to any regional plan. We have multiple initiatives in place by the industry, the universities. The local authority has Just Transition embedded in its local plans multiple times, but there is no coordination. There is no one who's actually taken responsibility for the planning as a whole. So what we have is, it's a very simplistic scheme, but multiple actors, multiple steps that need to happen, and currently no local mandate, authority, or local overseeing of the funding or delivery that would help this transition to be really regional or place-based. And we looked at the EU territorial just transition plans, and just briefly what I really liked about it is because in the regulation, you actually have to have a plan before you have access to the funding. You have to have a specific definition of your territory, of what sectors are impacted. You have a presumption for small and medium-sized enterprises and a presumption that oil and gas sector is not actually going to be benefiting from this fund. So there's over 70 plans already approved since the regulation been put in place, and it's only took them 2 years. In Scotland, it's 5 years and nothing's happening. So to conclude, these are our main recommendations, and the 3 maybe big steps that I would highlight are that we need to establish a regional just transition plan for the Northeast with a clear mandate and governance structure. It has to be locally led, and we have enough evidence and data to make it robust. We need to integrate that planning with evidence on emissions, on skills, and importantly on community. It's not all about oil and gas jobs. And we need to embed participation and, very importantly, evaluation and monitoring so that there is some accountability for how this is being delivered. And it sounds very procedural, but in order to make justice operational, we feel like transforming just transition into a clear governance process at the regional level is really important. Thank you very much.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope this is okay? Okay. I am Shadayu. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Geneva. I will be presenting a few insights from my doctoral research, in particular from my recent fieldwork over the summer. It's a little different from what I sent in and the title in the abstract, but hopefully it's just as interesting. So for this presentation, I will be focusing on the participatory methods I use to examine well-being and to co-create visions of sustainable futures with local residents in the city of Mumbai, India. So we are traveling away from Europe again in my presentation. So to start with a little bit about participatory methods, generally they refer to a wide range of research methods that aim to involve study participants within the research process. So this can include consulting the research participants while designing your project, to having them co-design as equal partners, to collaborating on data analysis and co-producing and disseminating the results as well. And these methods can be important in many different ways. First, they can bring in different ways of knowing, such as experiential, practical, and tacit knowledge within a community or a specific group. For socio-technical transition research, these methods can be useful, for instance, to align the sort of the transition futures with the aspirations and needs of the people and communities that it impacts. They could also help in better dissemination and acceptance of different technologies and interventions. But at its core, I think what is most important, that participatory methods, they enable a surrender of power, in a sense, between who is the researcher and who is the researched, so whose expertise is of value. And then this also sort of lends itself to the arguments about inclusion of more pluriversal or indigenous forms of knowledge, and inclusion of more underrepresented, otherwise underrepresented perspectives. And also, participatory methods inherently are more impact-oriented than some other research methods, as they facilitate mutual understandings and collective action to bring about change. So this was my starting point for my research. So I use these methods to co-create visions of a sustainable future with residents. My primary case was the city of Mumbai, which is on the western coast of India. And I selected these 3 neighborhoods within the city, as you can see on the map here. Each neighborhood could broadly be classified demographically as low income, in case 1 here at the bottom, middle high income, case 2 at the top, and then sort of a very high income elite neighborhood at the bottom there, number 3. And each case, it had a unique infrastructure and built environment that the residents live with. For instance, as you can see here in case 1, it has an extremely dense urban plan and is quite susceptible to urban heat island effects. For case 2, they have more green space. They also have a lake with a mangrove ecosystem, but this ecosystem has also been under threat in recent years, and it has actually become a point of collective organizing amongst the residents in that neighborhood. Case 3 is this historically elite heritage neighborhood in the city, but the infrastructure is quite old as well, and there is also a host of coastal vulnerabilities there. It's right at the tip there of the city. And also the public utilities, resource and service provisions between these 3 neighborhoods is quite varied as well. So I conducted this field research quite recently, over this last summer, between June and August, and I was based out of Mumbai. I visited the sites. I also had an exchange with some local citizen groups and NGOs that worked in these neighborhoods that I had identified. Not all of them worked on energy or climate or even environment very directly, but they were all interested in infrastructure and resource provision and access and civic participation in urban governance. So that was sort of my entryway into conversations and engagement. I shared my workshop design and got feedback on it from my local collaborators for each neighborhood. For the low-income neighborhood especially, I also had a more sustained engagement with the NGO who worked with the local community there. I sat in their meetings, discussions, and activities to really understand the context and to also familiarize myself to the local community and the residents there. The participants were recruited through multiple avenues. I made recruitment posters, as you can see here, that were circulated in neighborhood WhatsApp groups and networks of the local collaborators. There was a lot of word of mouth and snowball sampling. What was also surprisingly helpful was to host an introductory meeting with a community gatekeeper who was a local resident with a lot of sway in the neighborhood, and then sort of take their help for recruitment. This is a picture from one such meeting with a lot of tea. And I also conducted household interviews with residents who were interested as a precursor to the workshops, but to prepare them and to get an initial buy-in, but to also get their input to tailor the workshop design a bit as well. So the workshops were one-day events, which were split into 4 sessions with breaks. And then participants were divided into groups of 3 or 4 for discussions for activities such as community mapping. Then there was sort of a World Cafe discussion format. Then there was a future voyaging exercise, and then a backcasting exercise following that. And there was also a plenary discussion after each of these group exercises where we tried to arrive at a common understanding at each juncture. So first, to see what are the main well-being needs that resonate the most with the group, and then use that to then co-create a common vision for a possible sustainable, desirable future, and then working backwards to identify changes needed at different scales and by different actors to reach these futures. There were quite a few outputs and artifacts from the workshops. There were these maps that we worked on collectively over here. Then there were these individual, but then also collective visions of what a future, possible future could look like. Then some actions and interventions that can be possible. We use a lot of post-its for that. So there's a lot of material that was generated. So I'm still working on transcribing all the recordings and from the interviews and workshops, but I do have some preliminary results so far. So for the well-being exercise, I left it quite open for participants to identify needs that resonate with them the most, and then they consider important for their well-being. What was interesting to see that apart from material needs, across cases, community support, organizing, and civic participation was considered as one of the main needs that they held quite important to them. And secondly, I observed a stickiness with some elements of the envisioned futures. A prominent example was that across individual and collective visions, tall buildings and dense infrastructures were not really questioned and taken as a given, maybe even aspirational in some cases. So it was quite a challenge to encourage participants to let go of current paradigms that they operated with and to not envision the future as just a fancier version of the present. And this also translated in some of the interventions that were subsequently discussed. There were instances of participants suggesting certain interventions, and then other participants informing them that this is something that already happens and has been going on. But then again, this also established a continuity with the future, which I think is also nice, that there were practices in the present that could be carried over to the future, and it also made the future more concrete in a sense as well. And I'm just wrapping up, and it ties to my final argument of how through these interactions, conversations, and discussions, the workshop itself became an intervention of sorts. Where participants could interact on equal grounds, where their expertise was valid and important. And then this collective act of envisioning a sustainable future was a step itself towards achieving this future about, so how can you work towards something if you can't envision it? So I will end here. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our 5 presenters. So now we'll break out in smaller groups, and I'll suggest a geographical spread. So we can have Kazakhstan over here, India over here. We'll have Croatia, Scotland in the back. in Sudan at the front. I'm taking the north up here. And so we'll do 2 times 20 minutes before the conclusion of the conference.
your seats and we will begin. Welcome to this closing panel of Beyond Oil. We're going to end similar way to how we started, by hearing a piece of music by Matthew Burton. We're now going to hear a piece of music called Elegy from Muir Glacier, 1889 to 2009, played by Hannah Weitz. This piece features recording sound of actual melting of Alaskan glaciers. Muir Glacier has experienced ruinous decline the past years, and that decline has been turned into music that Hannah is now going to play for us. The sound of climate change. Thank you again, Hanna. So welcome to this closing panel. I want to take a cue from Andy and not try to singularize the knowledge and takeaway messages from this conference. But we want to use this closing panel to bring up a diversity of impressions and lessons that we take with us. First of all, we've been very lucky to have another. We just had an artist. We have had another artist with us, a visual artist, Håvard Legreid, who's been with us over these past 2 days, and we followed his drawings here alongside the plenary panels. And he's putting these images into conference drawings that we also take with us from this conference. So I wonder, Håvard, if I could ask you to come up and share a few reflections of this drawing process. I think we were going to get some of the images up on the screen, but if you could just share some thoughts that you worked with when you created these images.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm very happy to have been here. There are many words. Luckily, I'm both like a visual thinker and a verbal thinker, one might say. During these days, I also noticed the thoughts about not being singular, but that also suddenly means that you become like, I don't know, two things, polar, perhaps. And the image of the child laborer was perhaps the beginning that sat hardest with me. That in the age of automation, suddenly child labor reemerges. That was hard. I will return a bit to this discussion later on. I brought an analog drawing equipment. There was a discussion about hope and anger, and I thought perhaps we should revisit that a bit later. I'm not going to speak very long. I'm just waiting for sort of the images to move on. I don't know, was it 2 minutes per image? One, thankfully. Whew. But let's keep hope, action, anger. Think about that one. Time and imagination, also very important words. I think imagination is perhaps the word I'm most happy with hearing, that imagination is needed. I have lots of it. Call me.
While we're waiting for the next
here comes the next one.
Let me say that we have the image from the last conference hanging up on the wall at our center. And I go past it when I get my cup of coffee in the morning. And it's a really powerful way to just be reminded of something that happens.
Yeah, I overheard someone saying, be careful with what you say around Håvard, because what he writes down will be standing forever. So I'm apologizing for any misquotes already. It's what I heard. This one here was lots of newspeak, very interesting newspeak words. Stochastic terrorism, Equi-Norwegian, which we apparently speak fluently around here. The next one will also have a few, like control fallacy, that was also a new word on the last talk, and structural ignorance. I will bring those with me to my vocabulary. This one we have here. And the things that must not be named. No, it's not a wizard, it's capitalism. Now I will do a bit of show and tell to clear up the confusion around hope. What is hope? I used to, can I have a thing, or do I need, I'll bring the thing up. So. So I saw an Instagram story the other day that sought to explain what humor is. And he drew this, I love Venn diagrams. And he drew this Venn diagram.
So humor that is benign, transgression. So in the middle here, you have humor. And if you have unbenign, of course, you have harassment or other such stuffs. So what I was thinking was that perhaps what the first, or the talk about hope was trying to get to, was if we put love here, and then we put, what was the other word? What? No. I have to check my notes. Sorry. Where's my model? Yeah, we put anger. So what I'm thinking is that what we get here then is active hope. So I'm bridging sort of the love and anger into hope here. Hope that cleared all the things up for you guys.
Very good. That cleared everything up for us. Very, very good. All right, now I want to invite to the stage Angela Entails and Tony Van Wyk. And I guess we have to take this down again. This is sort of our closing panel. The logic of this is that we are joined by Angela Entails. You're a PhD candidate at the Memorial University of Newfoundland and a member of our Empowered Futures Researcher School. Been very active in that, so thank you so much for the part you've played in that. You're a first-timer at Beyond Oil.
Yes.
So we're curious to hear about your first-time impressions. And then we have Tarja. You're an old-timer. Old-timer. Tarja was instrumental in the first Beyond Oil in 2015 when you were working with us at SET, or actually this was before SET, this was when we were Space Lab. And Tarja is now the chief urban planner for the city of Bergen. Is that the correct title in English?
No.
Director of the planning agency?
Yeah, Planning and Building Authority of Bergen.
Bigwig of urban planning.
Yeah.
But with this longer perspective of what we have discussed in Beyond Oil. So, Angela, I've asked you to gather some impressions and thoughts, and do you want to share those with us?
Sure. I'm glad to be the newbie, the younger one. Yeah. I was very skeptical about this 8 minutes. I thought, am I flying around the world for 8 minutes? But I'm a convert now. Yeah, the conversation afterwards is so generative and so convivial. There's no performative question asking or performative statements that are supposed to be questions. And I felt a real connection with the people who came to my corner, you know, and asked me questions about my work. So okay, I'm sold on the 8-minute rule. I texted my supervisor and said, we have to use the 8-minute rule at our conference. I love the fact that you embedded art into the process. As someone who's always had a parallel art practice, I'm a singer and a visual artist, and I write fiction. So I just love that, and I want to hear more of this composer, Burton. Is it Burton?
Matthew Burton, yes.
Burtner. The Norwegian paradox this morning, I think I will sit with that for a long time and think about it. In Newfoundland, Equinor is planning to drill this huge, this is what I spoke about at the conference, Beta Nord project, 1.3 billion barrels of oil. So I've, felt that bodily, and I don't know if it was in the room. I felt a heaviness. I've been coming back and forth to Norway maybe 3 times now with Empowered Futures. It's such a privilege to be a member of Empowered Futures. If you're a PhD student or you're supervising one, we're going to open the call next week for a new group. it's been amazing. We've gone all over the world, the Orkneys, Portugal, all over to really experience energy projects. But this morning, sitting in the room, I felt like I got closer to what it means to be Norwegian in this current moment than I've ever felt before. And when Lisa said the glass cracked, or what did she say, the image cracks, and I don't know if it was collective shame that I was feeling or communal gaslighting but I think that emotional blockage that maybe Norwegians have, somehow we have to get through that. And I really appreciated what Julie said about the beautiful welfare state and the beautiful distribution of that wealth and the beautiful hospitable society that Norway is. Somehow that has to be separated from the extractive violence of oil and gas to celebrate what has been accomplished, but move on. But I don't have the solutions. And I think if Norway can't be a first mover, who the hell can? I mean, you guys have got the money. You've got the wealth fund. Let's see some of that Viking pioneering spirit for turning off the taps. That's my impression. And I loved what Anne Beate Hoven said, that hope can be organized. And adding to that Andy Sterling's idea of the murmuration, don't wait for someone else, to do something hopeful. Take flight and find your flock. Those are my impressions.
Oh.
Very nice, thank you so much. We'll come back to some of these ideas and this extractive violence. I know that you also have opinions about this. Tarje did his PhD in Alberta, Canada, and the extractive zones there. But before that, so again, you were part of the first Beyond Oil conference, and we've made some linkages to 2015 when that happened. That was also the year of the Paris Agreement. There was a great deal of optimism, and I think compared to today, we had a much more of an optimistic tone about what was going to happen in the future. I remember one of the meetings we had when we planned the first Beyond Oil conference, and my suggestion for the title for the conference was Beyond Oil ? And you said, let's drop the question mark.
Yes, that's right.
And there's no question mark now. So it was organized in a much more of an optimistic spirit, I think. What do you read into that? And what are some of your reflections? Now, I guess it's fair to say you're a bit looking at this from the outside. So what are your reflections on Beyond Oil in 2025?
Well, I thank you, first of all, for being here, for having me here. It's I've done some humble reflections on 10 years of passing, especially moving from research and more the philosophical angle to this problem to a more pragmatic, practical urban administration kind of angle. If you allow me, because introducing Beyond Oil conference in 2015, we claimed that society is inevitably moving beyond oil, right? And 10 years later, still 80% of global fossil or global energy
and it's
is
increasing,
fossil, right?
Yeah.
And in addition to that, also in this city, both politically and publicly, the sustainability discourse is out of fashion, right? Out of flavor, and temperatures are rising. So it's twisting to make it's tempting to make a twist on Leonard Cohen's fabulous quote. There's a crack in everything. That's where the light gets out, not in. Because we analyzed the carbonscapes back in 2015 and forecasted possible cracks in the structures of carbon-based economy. But what if it was our own climate narrative we should have analyzed and looked for cracks in the structure of our own ambitions? Looking at it in hindsight, undoubtedly, I think we probably got arrogant and probably also not just a little bit cocky and overwhelmed by our own logic. To us, climate change was and still is real, right? And it's also societal change was, and it is probably still is urgent, right? However, from my position today, democratic majority change cannot be urgent because it doesn't happen fast. Massive transformative change is slow, it's cumbersome, and it's a thorough process of deliberation, dialogue, and ownership. Right? In short, democracy sucks at urgencies. And hence I would claim, and I would argue, that it was never a revolution we were looking for. Because just like the previous iteration of climate action, we have had one before, right? In 70s and 80s. We failed spectacularly entering the 2020s. The alarmist haste forced us into backlash. Hell, we even published a book called Haste, right? A couple of years ago. But back then, in the 80s, we got Thatcher and Reagan hosting the farewell party of climate action. Right? Remember that? Those of you being alive there. And today we got Trump and we got Xi Jinping hosting the same party. And it's tempting to cite Marx, you know, on a day like this. History repeats itself, first as a tragedy and then as a farce. So my question to all of you actually today on this reflection is 10 years down the line of Beyond Oil is rather, how do we build a slow movement of change? And what does that imply? Because haste cannot be the answer that we are looking for. I believe we have to create a different kind of narrative, looking forward, not backward. And I just read, and I can recommend this book for you and to all of you, Ian McEwan, and his latest book, What Can We Know? Have you read it? If not, read it. And I found a strange kind of comfort in this rather dystopian future of 2119. That's 100 years from now, right? It was very dystopian, but it was a future, right? 100 years from now, Europe is devastated. It's really, it's run down, it's horrible, but we're still here. And so is the rest of the world. It's scattered, it's wounded, but I realize still we need a future, no matter how grim it is. We need a future. And that made me think of the indigenous communities that I interviewed and I talked to and I met with in Alberta. Community leaders during my PhD. And strangely enough, you know, and this has puzzled me ever since. Amid the Albertan tar sands, have you been there? It's a hellhole.
It's dystopian.
It's dystopian. But these communities weren't scared of the oil industry and the devastating effect on their traditional lands. They just shrugged and they told me, well, you know, in 50 years, the oil will be gone and these companies will be gone as well. But we won't. And then we have to rebuild our land because only we know how. And what I felt after reading McEwan, I guess, was a kind of recognition of their take on the challenge ahead of them. Because if it's a slow movement that we must rely on, we will never succeed in stopping climate change. We won't. But when we reach the end of that line, when the fossil fuels actually run out, when we get beyond oil, because we get beyond oil eventually, like we said in 2015, we have to have the competence and the audacity and the strength to actually rebuild and to reclaim and to reconstruct. We will have to nurture the knowledge needed to aid nature back to abundance. Once we realize that there's no other way. So that's kind of my initial take on Beyond Oil. I think we're still there, but maybe we have to rewrite our narratives in order to look forward.
Good. Well, first, a round of applause. Thank you. Sitting here, it also sounds a bit like a dystopian picture.
Yeah. Well, again, it's dystopian, but it is a future. You know, coming from a city council meeting, not a council meeting, but meeting with politicians in this city today, you know, and developers, you know, we won't be able to actually stop this, as far as I can see. I've got daughters at home. They're very eager to discuss climate change, but they don't have any clues of what to do with it. Because I think all we have been telling them is we have to stop. We have to not do stuff. But they don't want to take that responsibility. Why should they? It's we didn't do anything, right? We made some conferences, flying all over the world. But I think we need to be pressured in a much, much stronger way in order to actually do something. And then I think if that is the case, if we make a narrative that, yes, it's dystopian, but it is a place we need to fix, that's much more encouraging than stopping to do what you love.
You look like you have some thoughts on this.
I don't agree.
Great.
I'm a little more...
Let me just say, while you speak, I will look over into the audience. If anyone will wave their hand, you can get a microphone and just contribute to the conversation. That's it's sort of opened up at the same time as Angela is speaking.
Yes, please. You know, I was so listening to Lara talk about the Orkney Islands, and we were there with Empowered Futures in the spring. It was so inspiring. I come from a similar coastal kind of Atlantic island. But her experience that Energy Futures is specific to place and rooted in relation with the land and rooted in relations in the community, I think that's the key. It's less dystopian. It may be not the abundance that we're used to, you know, the technological and whatever abundance that we're used to, but there's a real strength in that, and I don't think I'm being romantic. And someone said yesterday in the Hope panel, I like the me that says yes more than the me that says no. I think the me that says no is the one who says stop. You know, that's not attractive. I think we have to come up with alternative imaginaries, whether they're fictional. Stop reading dystopia. Just radically optimistic, different futures.
But it wasn't dystopian in that way.
Okay.
In that sense, you know, the relations in 2119 was just the same as we have. They were sitting talking. They were traveling around in the British archipelago because it was under Dane. But anyway, it was quite normal, although it was a change that had happened to Europe. But they were living their lives just as we do. So in that sense, and they were falling in love and they were falling out of love and blah, blah. It was quite normal. And I think that is in a way hopeful because, and they were asking the question, will there be a cultural department in 5,000 years handing out scholarships to artists? Well, we don't know, maybe. Well, how about 50,000 years? Will it be? You know, it was something encouraging about that. You know, maybe this is just the first iteration or the second of climate action.
But I mean, we started the conference by saying we want the conference to be, I mean, within all this that's happening, we all watch the same news, so we read the same news. But within that, we want the conference to be a space of hope. And perhaps that's a normative statement, an ethical statement, more than anything else. And it's something. I mean, a main purpose, a key purpose, is to give us energies to keep going. I think because there's nothing else. And I think the panel yesterday on actionable hope really spoke to that. I think all the panelists were quite clear that hope, in this naive sense of just sort of sitting back and hoping, is not what we are aiming to do. But actionable hope is something different. It's something practical. It's something concrete. I think a lot of the talks and presentations in this conference have been kind of doing what you're saying about situating things, localizing things, breaking this big amorphous problem down into different bits and finding areas that seem to be moving in the right direction. Perhaps we can build on those. Perhaps we can see connections between different things that are going in the right direction and create these larger patterns that help us see hope rather than dystopianism. So yeah, and Naomi, I'll bring you in.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so conversation. I have a lot to say about Ian McEwan, but that's a different story. Anyway, so I want to push back against the hope narrative, which has been irritating me for a while now, not just at this conference, but more broadly. I cannot tell you how many meetings I go to that end with the "what gives you hope" question. And I think I've been trying to figure out why I find this so irritating. And I think because it just feels too close to wishful thinking. And I feel like there's just so much wishful thinking in this space. You know, a lot of the geoengineering stuff, I think, is wishful thinking. A lot of the carbon capture and storage. We heard about nuclear power, although that was an even more sinister interpretation. But I feel like a lot of the people I meet who promote nuclear power, it's just like ridiculous techno-fideist wishful thinking. So what I would like to propose as an alternative, and maybe this is what you mean by actionable hope, is determination. I feel good when I feel determined. And it doesn't require me to be naive or engage in wishful thinking. It's just the determination to do everything that I can and to work with other people who are doing what they can, because at the end of the day, that's really all that we can hope for. It's all we can ask of people, right, is to do what they can. And so determination makes me feel ready to get up in the morning. And the other thing I want to push back against is also, I mean, I totally get that. I like myself better when I say yes than I say no. And, you know, it's a cliche of improv. You know, start with yes and see where it takes you. And I feel that's true about a lot of research. Start with yes, start with a question, see where it takes you. But I actually think I like myself better when I say no. So I've been thinking about this. And, you know, lots of people at this meeting have said super nice things to me about my work and how helpful it's been to them, so thank you for that. But I like the me that stands up and says, no, this is bullshit. These are lies. We don't have to believe these things. We don't have to accept this. So that's the kind of no that I want to stand up for and say yes to.
Yeah,
No.
agreed.
Well, I'm head of the planning and building agencies. I love myself saying no.
We want you to say no.
Say no more often. This summer, I lost a little writing shack in a wildfire that ripped through a bunch of rural communities in Newfoundland. And it was the strangest experience because the fire started, there was no time to go to the house and get things out. And the town was locked down for 3 weeks while they fought the fire. It lasted for 3 weeks. And these were volunteer firefighters who probably in the past put out a French fry fire, you know, once a month or something. And they were dealing with this massive wildfire. And they were flying in people from all over the world to come and help them. Anyway, 200 buildings were lost, and the community is devastated. And someone said to me, what are you going to do? I mean, it was just our summer house. It wasn't our primary residence, so I feel very privileged that we can rebuild or whatever. And I said, I don't know. I'm going to write about it. That was the first thing that I just wanted to write about it. And I have been writing about it. And yeah, I'm more determined than ever. And it is an ash pile. There is nothing left. There was a salt and pepper shaker left. Buried in the ashes. Yeah, it was the most devastating. And the forest is completely like carbon sticks. So yeah, but I'm more determined than ever to call it out, to name it. Our new premier who just got elected, said it wasn't climate change related. So I wrote an article before I came here about that, and it's going to be published this week. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, that's similar, right, to these indigenous communities that I met in Alberta. And I think also, strangely, it's related also to how I think we should approach our own world, because it is changing, and it will be changing. It's not dystopian, it's just the fact of life. It's changing, and we
Yes, but we can't wait till we get to the bottom of the barrel. We can't wait till they get the last barrel out.
Well, you want to bet? No, I agree with it. Of course, we need to try, but I think also we need a plan B if we don't succeed, because we need more than hope. We need determination, but determination to do what, right? And I think determination to rebuild and reconstruct and reclaim, I think is
and build back
worthwhile.
better.
No.
No?
Not particularly fond of that one.
Okay, that might mean something else to you then.
No, it was just Biden suddenly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Bill, yeah, could be.
I'm looking for other hands. It was really stimulating
Please.
to have audience members come in. Laura.
Hello. Thank you for such a great closing discussion and reflections. I was watching you disagreeing, and actually I seem to see a sort of synergy in what you're both presenting, and that perhaps that slow movement can be built through climate action that is regenerative, that is actively fighting to not get to the bottom of that barrel, that is deliberating, that is building community. And I do also agree that there is something about the endurance that we get. That was a word that came up, I believe, today, if not yesterday, having endurance over time, that longer temporal scale, no matter what future we end up in. And we need to be ready for that as well, but we can't also just forego everything that's going on and let's say, okay, let's build our resilience for later, right? Because perhaps we build our resilience now and that slow movement now through all of this coming together, through all of this discussion against oil, but also against other structures that are perhaps have led us to this place. So I think there's an in-between space that you are both occupying, actually, which I find quite interesting.
Peacemaker.
No, but I totally agree. And and my eldest daughter, she's studying now landscape architecture, and to me that is in a way very fruitful, right? Because she's understanding how to recreate or to create or to reclaim nature into whatever landscape she is looking at. And I think that is a very good way of doing exactly that, both reconstructing something today, living also of today, but at the same time pointing towards a future that is more sustainable. And I think that obviously we don't disagree that much, but I think it's I think that set me on a course at least.
Let's take a few more comments. I think that's we don't necessarily have to answer them at the panel.
Oh, no,
Just
sorry.
bring up ideas and impressions. I see you have a microphone, Andy. So looking forward to hearing your impressions.
Yeah, well, my impressions were fantastic. It's been really great, so many ways. So thanks to everybody really for that. I wanted to it's a personal feeling, and I'm not sure if it's of any interest really, but I'd be interested what you might think of it. Is that for me, although in one sense recognizing that so much of what we think is shaped by forces beyond our mind in ways that we might actually like if we questioned it, that for me is a source of, maybe in Naomi's terms, determination, because maybe when something's coming to an end, everyone in it, like currants in a cake, feels what the big thing feels. That when we express this sense of ending, it's modernity or colonial modernity or whatever it is, making us feel that way. And so that's how things end. Maybe that's how all empires have ended. And that's kind of what we want. So recognizing that we're going to be apocalyptic. We're going to think there's nothing beyond in ways that this panel has really, I think really inspiringly pointed out. We're going to think that because we're embedded in it. And so actually it would be a tragedy if those sections of society who are most aware of the problem, most struggling to enact it and replace it, are most affected by a sense of despair, which is really an illusion of the thing coming to an end that we want to end.
Yes.
So I'm just thinking, is there a way in which modernity, capitalism, coloniality could end? Because everything ends without people feeling apocalyptically existential. I don't think there is.
No.
I'm not a historian. But so there's a source of hope, really, of another kind.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mine is just a suggestion. I've understood, from this conference that there have been a lot of complaints about, the decision makers and the industry people because they don't want to act, on the scientific findings, that comes, from the academic institution. And to me, it is because, academicians don't want to get involved in politics because they want to keep their integrity. Because they said once you get into politics, you'll be corrupted. But I think it would be better, for academics now to reconsider their position, to think of joining politics so that they will be able, to be, policy makers and will be able, to implement some of these climate change, measures. Thank you.
I have to comment. I have to comment that one.
We have an example of that. Are you corrupted or are
I'm
you
corrupted.
not?
I'm corrupted. I did my postdoc. I went as an advisor to the urban commissioner of Bergen for 16 months as my kind of field work, and became a member of the Labour Party. That was very interesting. I don't think I got corrupted, but I think I got a bit more arrogant.
A bit corrupted?
A bit corrupted, okay.
One final, I think there's one, I saw one hand. We don't have time. We don't have time. Just say it very quickly.
I will just second the speaker. I've been in politics partly with Tarja for 8 to 10 years. It's very bad for your publication statistics and your age index and all that stuff.
Age, yeah, grey hair.
Yeah, well, it varies. But I recommend it. Check it out. I think it's a good advice.
Yeah.
You may get arrogant. You may get not necessarily corrupt, but you can also get
wiser.
A lot of insights, and it's really gratifying and meaningful. Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. We are extremely happy with this conference, the ones of us who have put work into creating it. Judith, I gave you a big hug and applause and everything yesterday. You deserve every bit of it. Chief organizer of the conference and chief vibe organizer, chief vibe officer. Could you help me give flowers to the organizing committee and those who have helped out behind the scenes? So a big round of applause once again for Judith. And then the rest of the committee, if you could come up, Tim, David, Cheyenne, Sid had to leave. Celia, please come up. David, I said you're on the way up here. Wonderful. And if Finn, can we get Finn up here? And Miriam also. She's also helped out really beautifully. And if you will stand up there, I'll give you a...
I'll give it to you and then you...
Yeah. So...
There you go.
There you go. A big round of applause for this group. Some people are going for a beverage afterwards, so meet outside the main entrance.
We have to get out of this building by 5.
Yeah. So haste, there's urgency, haste. Thank you all for coming. See you in 2 years.